Hey guys, tonight we step outside, the noise of your day, away from deadlines and dishes, and into something older than memory. The fire's already lit. There's a scent in the air. Cedar wood, a hint of frankincense, and something else. Like a page turning in a book that hasn't been opened since the world began. You didn't walk here exactly, you arrived. Maybe in a dream, maybe in something softer. The stars above don't match your constellations. They're older, brighter, and they look at you like they remember who you were before you got so tired. You're standing at the edge of a clearing, where the trees lean in protectively, like elders gathered around a child's first prayer. In the center, a fire glows warm and low, like it's been waiting just for you. You take a slow step forward. The ground doesn't crunch or creak, it exhales. Even the earth seems relieved to see you here. Across the flame, someone sits, not dramatically, not in golden light, with choir music swelling. He's just there. A man, robed, barefoot. The kind of face that's hard to describe because words aren't quiet enough. But you know him. Somehow, somewhere, your soul already nodded in recognition before your mind caught up. You feel it in your chest before your ears hear it. This is Jesus. And not the painting on a wall Jesus, or the too formal to touch Jesus. This one smiles at the crackle of fire, like it tells better jokes than most rabbis. He pokes at the logs with a crooked stick and says nothing yet, but the silence feels full. You sit. The stone beneath you is just the right temperature. He looks at you, not past you, not through you, right at you. And the thing you've been carrying all day, that gnawing gray exhaustion that crawled behind your smile, it starts to loosen its grip. Not all at once, but enough to let your shoulders fall just a little. Unless you've got wings, or your soul already signed the guest book at the pearly gates. He chuckles softly, tossing a twig into the flame. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments, what time is it where you are, and what corner of the world are you listening from tonight? Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The air is thicker now, not heavy, but sacred. It smells like old scrolls and promises that never broke. Somewhere overhead, a night bird sings with just enough sorrow to feel poetic, but not sad. And the fire. It crackles in a rhythm older than language. You lean in just a little. Jesus hasn't said your name yet, but you know he will. And when he does, the stars just might applaud. The fire doesn't flicker the way earthly flames do. It sways slowly like it remembers Sabbath. Each ember holds steady, glowing from within, like it's lit not just by heat, but by story. You lean closer, and for a moment, you swear you see a tiny figure inside one of the coals dancing, or praying, or maybe both. Jesus is quiet still, but not silent. There's a hum in the air around him, a kind of divine frequency. Not a sound, exactly more like a pressure behind your ears that makes you remember things you never learned. Your earliest memory feels near, not of your first breath, but of the breath before that one. He shifts a little, lifting a small copper kettle from the edge of the fire. It shouldn't still be warm, but it is. Fig leaf tea, he says with a grin. Adam used to swear it helped with stress. I think it's mostly nostalgia. You laugh a short, surprised laugh that bubbles up from somewhere untouched. It feels like something sacred just stretched its legs inside you. The cup he hands you smells sweet and smoky with the sharpness like myrrh at the back. You sip and it doesn't taste like anything you know, but your tongue doesn't protest. Instead, your pulse calms. You feel like a shepherd being read to by a lamb. Jesus pokes the fire again, and tiny sparks rising upward like they have somewhere holy to be. Do you hear them? He asks. You tilt your head. The sparks, he says. They carry whispers from the souls of the tired, each one a small amen. He watches one float up. That one's from a boy in Nairobi who just forgave his father. It's then you realize this isn't a fire for warmth. It's a memory forge. Each log burning isn't wood, it's a story. Some still smoky from pain, others so dry from waiting, they light without effort. He tosses in another piece, gnarled and gray. It hisses like it's afraid of being seen. This one, he says quietly, is yours. You blink. For a moment, it feels like your heartbeat is outside your chest. The fire receives it gently, not like a punishment, but like a friend. Jesus smiles, not grandly, just enough to tilt the universe. You've been carrying things no soul was designed to carry alone, he says. I figured the fire might help unpack a few. Behind you, an owl sighs. A breeze nudges your hair like a grandmother's hand. And in the flicker of the embers, you see glimpses your late-night worries in line at the pharmacy, your missed calls you were too anxious to return, the way you apologized today when you hadn't done anything wrong. All of it, recognized, welcomed, unjudged. Jesus leans back on one elbow, eyes reflecting the firelight like lanterns lit behind a veil. You ever notice, he says, that fire doesn't rush? It just is, still doing its work, even when no one's clapping. And just like that, your soul exhales. Deeply, as if some ancient tightness in your spirit just loosened another thread. You glance down and notice it, a thick woolen cloak folded with care beside the fire. The fabric looks worn, but not frayed. It has that weighty softness of something used, often like the kind of blanket that never forgets your shape. There's a patch near the hem, stitched in uneven lines, like someone fixed it in a hurry, but with love. Jesus follows your gaze and grins. Ah, he says, nudging it with a stick. That old thing. I used to wear it when walking the Galilean hills. Caught more wind than fish, but it knew every sunrise by name. You reach toward it, hesitant. The cloak looks too holy to touch, like it might sing or weep in your arms. But it doesn't. It just waits quietly, warmly. When your fingers brush the wool, you feel a strange sensation, not cold or heat, but recognition, like meeting a friend from a dream. Go on, Jesus says gently. Wrap it around you. That cloak's heard more prayers than most churches, so you do. It's heavier than it looks, draping over your shoulders, like the hands of every person who's ever blessed you without your knowing. Inside the folds, it smells of spiced bread and wet stone like rain during a sermon. A comfort you can't name settles deep into your chest. Jesus watches you quietly, his expression soft with something older than time. Funny thing about that cloak, he says, poking at the fire again. It was woven by a woman who never spoke a word in her life, but she hummed. Oh, how she hummed. And every thread in that fabric remembers her songs. You close your eyes for a moment and feel it, faint vibrations in the cloth. Not quite music, but something like it. A rhythm that doesn't rush. It aligns with your breath, your pulse, even your thoughts that you didn't know were racing until they slowed. In the distance, a branch cracks, not harshly, but like a punctuation mark in the forest's lullaby. The lamb that's been curled near the fire lifts its head and then settles again, reassured by your stillness. Jesus chuckles softly. Peter once borrowed that cloak, claimed it helped him think better. I think he just liked how it hid the smell of fish. You smile without effort. There's something holy in that, how even the odd moments get folded into grace. Even fish-scented apostles and mended cloaks become part of the eternal record. He turns to look at you directly now. You've covered yourself in so many things lately. Stress survival, trying to be what others needed. But this, he nods at the cloak. This was always yours. I just kept it safe until you were ready to feel it again. The fire pops softly like it's nodding along. Around you the woods lean in closer, not to eavesdrop but to shelter. The stars above seem dimmer now, not fading, but respectfully bowing their brightness so the fire can take center stage. And in the warmth of wool and flame, something inside you releases not loudly, not tragically, just quietly, like a knot that finally remembers how to loosen. You didn't notice it happen. One moment your sandals were snug against your feet, the straps still dusty from roads paved with stress. The next they're resting beside you, neatly undone, as if untied by invisible hands with reverent care. Jesus glances down and gives a slow nod, not surprised. Holy ground has a way of helping us shed what doesn't belong, he says. Even when we don't realize we're ready, the earth beneath your bare feet feels alive. Not in a scary, pulsing sci-fi way, but in that deep humming way a mountain hums under snow, or a cello sings before a note. It's cool, but not cold. Soft, yet firm, like memory turned into moss. There's a faint glow rising from the soil itself, gentle gold, more suggestion than light. It makes your ankles look like they belong in a stained glass window. You wiggle your toes, and for the first time in ages, they don't curl with tension. Jesus leans back, resting on one hand. Moses took his shoes off too, he says. Didn't realize at the time that it wasn't about the dirt being sacred. It was about letting heaven touch skin again. No barriers. You look down again and feel the truth in it. The soles of your feet have spent years walking over obligations, anxieties, appointments, and unpaid hopes. But here, the ground sings beneath you. Not loudly, more like a lullaby hummed by creation itself. Do you know, he continues, in some traditions angels weep when humans walk barefoot on sacred soil. They call it the return of innocence. You raise an eyebrow. Really? Jesus shrugs with a soft smirk. Well, some believe it. Others say angels just cry because they stubbed their toes on spiritual truths we still haven't tripped over yet. You both laugh a low, exhausted laugh. The kind you only share when someone's been with you in your worst and never flinched. Nearby, the lamb lifts its head again and lets out a soft bleat, as if to say, Amen, or maybe just nice feet. Either way, you feel seen. You flex your toes once more, grounding yourself in this unearthly peace. Each foot presses into something deeper than dirt. Maybe this isn't even Earth exactly. Maybe this is the place between realities where Eden leaks back through the cracks of time. You don't need shoes here, Jesus says, voice warm. You don't need armor either. Not with me. Something in that sentence rests gently behind your eyes. You blink once, twice, and feel a tear that doesn't fall. It just rests like dew, like it's home too. And then just beneath your feet, a tiny vine curls out of the earth. A single purple flower blooms in seconds, quietly, miraculously. Its petals glow faintly in the firelight, like it waited for you to arrive barefoot. Jesus smiles. She's been waiting to meet you. The fire dims for just a breath, then flares back with a steady glow, as if exhaling its own memory. Jesus gazes into it, quiet again, but this silence is different. It feels like a doorway swinging open into something older than language. You know, he says barely above a whisper, the first song ever sung to God wasn't by a man. You tilt your head, intrigued. He doesn't look at you when he says it, but at the flames. Before David plucked his first harp string, before Miriam danced by the Red Sea, there was a melody hummed into the darkness by something that wasn't supposed to sing at all. The logs shift softly. Sparks rise like fireflies heading to a midnight choir rehearsal. There's a belief Jesus continues passed along quietly in desert tents and moonlit prayer that just after creation, but before Eden, a wind moved across the void and whispered the first psalm. Not with words, not even with sound, just devotion. The kind of awe that has no syllables. He turns toward you now, eyes lit with a secret too holy for scrolls. That psalm still echoes, he says, but only when the soul grows quiet enough to stop narrating its own pain. You lean back slightly, letting the firelight play on your face. Something in your chest shifts, a pressure, a buzz, a low hum like a harp string tuning itself. Want to hear it? He asks. You nod, expecting music. Instead, he closes his eyes, and everything around you stills. The wind hushes. The fire stops crackling. Even the trees hold their breath. And then you feel it, not in your ears, but in your bones. It's not a song, not really. It's more like remembering being held as a child before you had words for safety. It's the hush of your mother's sleeve brushing your cheek. It's the memory of joy from a dream you forgot as soon as you woke. It's the sound between two raindrops when they hit the roof in rhythm. The silence ends. The world resumes. Jesus opens his eyes. Beautiful, right? He says casually, like he just showed you a firefly and not the first echo of heaven. You swallow, unsure what to say. He tosses a small twig into the fire and watches it curl into ash. The angels couldn't sing it. He says, too perfect. They tried, but it shattered the edge of the seventh heaven like glass. Only fragile things can carry certain melodies. He looks at you again warmly. You're fragile, you know. You nod, oddly proud. Good, he says. That means you're qualified. And just like that, a little laughter leaks into your chest again. The fire seems to join in tiny pops, like a heavenly giggle. The lamb still at your feet kicks softly in its sleep, as if it too is dreaming of that first psalm. Above you, a star pulses once then again, like it's nodding in rhythm. Jesus leans forward now, stirring the embers with a smooth stick, carved faintly with symbols. Nothing ornate, just a few lines that shimmer briefly when touched by flame. You ever wonder? He says, why the bush Moses saw burned but wasn't consumed. You nod slowly. Of course. That paradox has rattled minds for centuries. Scholars argued, poets wept. Children imagined the bush giggling behind its leaves like a heavenly prank. Jesus doesn't offer an answer, not directly. Instead, he reaches beside the fire and lifts a small root bundle, knotted and half charred. This one, he says gently, has been waiting to be seen. It's strange. The roots are old, brittle looking, but as he turns them in his hands, they glow from within faintly gold. Not like fire, not like light, like memory. He passes them to you without hurry. They're surprisingly cool to the touch. The moment you hold them, you see something behind your eyelids, not a vision exactly, more like a knowing. A wilderness never charted a presence in the thorn bushes, the hush before God speaks. These were never just roots, Jesus murmurs. They were the prayers of the ground. You blink, the ground prays. He nods solemnly. All the time. Humans rarely listen. Dirt doesn't shout, it whispers. But once long ago, one patch of desert soil got so full of yearning, so saturated with holy ache, it lit itself in yearning just to be noticed. That's what Moses saw. You look at the roots again. They seem older now, heavy with hidden groves. Some believe, he continues, that the bush itself didn't burn at all. That Moses just saw the Spirit revealing the fire inside all things. Roots, rocks, regrets, even you. You smile weakly. So I'm just a glowing shrub with baggage. Jesus chuckles, tossing a pebble into the flame. More like a sacred forest, still learning to forgive its own soil. You're quiet for a while. The fire sways slower than before. One ember floats upward like a firefly that forgot it was made of ash. In the pause, Jesus adds, there's another theory. You look up. Some say the fire never consumed the bush because it never reached the roots. The roots were too deep, anchored in promises, older than flame. Your breath catches slightly. The roots in your hands pulse once softly like a heartbeat. He leans back and lets the silence stretch. You think about your own life, what's been scorched, what still smolders. And you realize so much of your exhaustion has been spent trying to put out fires that were never meant to destroy you, only reveal what endures. I kept these for you, he says finally. From that bush, the ones no one saw still buried. They've been glowing in secret for centuries. The lamb sneezes quietly as if allergic to drama. You both laugh, but still you don't put the roots down. You hold them close, feeling their quiet hum, as though they're reminding you you were never built to burn out. Jesus leans sideways now, propping himself on one elbow, like someone settling into an old story. The fire crackles in agreement, its rhythm slowing into something that feels ancient familiar. He tilts his head toward you. Do you remember, he asks softly, that night in the wilderness before Sinai, before the commandments, before all the thunder and trembling? You blink. Which night? He smiles with the kind of mischief only eternity can afford. The one when you borrowed Moses' second-best blanket. A slow warmth spreads in your chest, the way déjà vu sometimes feels more like recognition than coincidence. You don't remember the moment, not in detail, but you feel it. That canvas tent smelling faintly of goat hide and myrrh. A thin breeze sliding through the flap. A flickering oil lamp playing shadow puppets on the walls. You were small, Jesus says, but not in body, in soul, tender. Wondering if God only spoke in thunder, or if he might whisper too. He stirs the coals. A few flare like small suns before dimming again. Moses stepped outside that night. He continues. You stayed behind, lying awake on a mat, stitched by a Levite woman, whose hands never stopped trembling. She stitched prayers into everything she touched, even when she didn't believe them. You glanced toward him. And me, what did I do? Jesus smiles deeper now. You asked the tent itself if it had ever seen God. You whispered into the cloth. You thought no one heard. The fire glows a little brighter at that. You said, if he's real, let the wind be soft. Jesus pauses, and it was softer than you'd ever felt. You stare into the flames, and somehow, yes, you do remember. Not visually, not clearly, but like a scent that haunts your favorite sweater. That night before law, before fear, before responsibility, you asked for gentleness, and gentleness came. Some scrolls, he says, say that Moses wasn't always alone in the tent of meeting. That now and then, someone slipped inside. A child, a stranger, a quiet soul looking for warmth. He looks at you. The scribes erased those parts. Why? They didn't think it fit the narrative, Jesus says with a shrug. But heaven kept the record. A gentle gust brushes your cheek. It smells like linen left in the sun, like memories that never spoiled. The lamb stirs and nestles closer. Its fleece feels just like that old blanket, threadbare but sacred. You laid there back then. He says, wondering if holiness could be simple. And tonight, you're doing it again. A silence settles that doesn't need to be filled. No moral, no application, just being. And then as casually as one might mention the weather, Jesus adds, the mat is still there, by the way. In heaven's archive, still smells faintly of cedar in you. You laugh, and in your bones something unclenches. Not everything must be earned. Some holiness is simply remembered. The fire has grown quieter now, no longer dancing, just breathing. Slow, steady, like a heart resting after a long walk uphill. Jesus doesn't speak right away. He lets the silence settle like a soft cloth over your shoulders. Then he leans forward and taps the fire once with the tip of that carved stick. Immediately, the flames respond not in sparks or roar, but in image. First, a scene flickers you much younger, standing alone by a school gate, clutching a book too tightly, and pretending not to care that no one waited for you. The flame shivers and shifts. Another image, your hand gripping your phone under the blanket, rereading a message that hurt more than you told anyone. Another, still the exact moment you almost cried in public but didn't. Because you trained yourself not to. The fire isn't dramatic. It doesn't judge. It just shows, and somehow it does so tenderly. Each memory unfolds like a letter, written in your own handwriting, sealed, but finally read aloud in the presence of someone who won't flinch. You shift slightly, not in discomfort, but surprise. How does it know? Jesus watches the flames, voice low. This fire is older than shame, he says. It doesn't burn what's true. It reveals what's been buried too long under should-haves and I'm fines. He pokes the embers again. This time a small wisp of smoke rises, curling into the shape of something familiar. A suitcase. No, a backpack. One you wore for years, spiritually, emotionally stuffed with expectations, silent guilt. Too many locked journals in the shape of be strong. That one Jesus says wasn't yours to carry. You just picked it up when someone else dropped it and never came back. The flame pulses softly like it agrees. There's a reason he adds that the fire didn't consume the bush. It's because some things, when touched by God, glow instead of break. You blink, startled. So my burdens aren't trash, he finishes. They're unprocessed prayers, forgotten psalms. Some of them were misnamed, others were never heard properly. But none of them go unnoticed. The fire brightens again, showing an image you didn't expect, you laughing so hard you fall off a couch. Someone beside you is laughing too, though their face is fuzzy, like memory blurred by time. That joy, Jesus says, was planted in sorrow's soil. Most don't realize how often pain and laughter drink from the same well. A small coal shifts, and for a moment it resembles a curled-up scroll. It glows, then turns to ash. He notices your gaze. That one was a prayer you never dared say out loud. He whispers, but I heard it. And I said it with you when you didn't know how. You don't know when it happens, but a tear escapes. This time it doesn't sting. It cools your cheek like rain that was always meant to fall. The fire leans in again. And for a final time in this moment, it shows you an image. Just your name. Your true name. Not the one people mispronounce or misspell. The one heaven calls you when it sings. And in that name, glowing above the flames, every burden feels seen. And none of them feel alone. The night deepens not darker, but denser, like you've descended one more layer into something softer than sleep. The firelight now reflects across the ground differently, and you notice it beneath your bare feet. The sand, once coarse and dry, has subtly shifted. It's smoother, glass-like. Jesus runs his hand over the surface beside him, palm down. It's happening again. He says with that quiet amusement, like a teacher watching a student realize they've known the answer all along. What is? He lifts a pinch of the sand. No, not sand anymore. It catches the light like spun crystal, delicate but whole. Sometimes when burden meets presence, he explains the weight of sorrow, and the heat of grace melt what's broken. And in the spirit, it becomes glass. You lean closer, watching as the ground sparkles faintly. It isn't glass like windows or cups. It's more like the kind found in the desert after lightning strikes, raw, unpolished, forged in awe. Libyan desert glass, Jesus murmurs. You'd be surprised how many prophets stepped on this without knowing. You chuckle. So grace is geological, spiritual geology, he affirms with a grin. Look at your life long enough, and you'll see fault lines turned into stained glass windows. Every pressure crack, every collapse, it's just preparation for transparency. He pauses. And beauty. You take another deep breath, feeling it now beneath your feet. That strange, sacred sensation of standing on what once hurt you. But now it's refracting light. Jesus scoops up a bit of it, and as it shifts in his hand, you glimpse something inside. A moment, your moment. One you haven't remembered in years. You sitting alone under a stairwell, cradling a drawing you tore in half. It wasn't a big moment to anyone else, but to you it was the exact instant you decided joy wasn't safe. He looks at you gently. That's where it began. You nod. You don't need to ask what it was. You know, the enemy, he continues, doesn't always attack your strength. Sometimes he goes after your delight, because that's what makes you radiant. He lets the glass trickle through his fingers like a slow waterfall. Each piece sings softly against the next, a chime too subtle for most ears. But see, even that wound didn't end you. It transformed. You're walking on it now. You look down again, this time with wonder. Every step you've taken, every crushed hope, every silent ache, it didn't disappear. It turned translucent. It carries light. And the best part, Jesus adds, brushing off his hand's glass, remembers the fire but doesn't hold the heat. You laugh out loud this time. The lamb beside you bleats like it was waiting for the punchline. In the branches above, something rustles, perhaps a bird, perhaps a breeze shaped like a blessing. Jesus leans back again, letting the night resume its rhythm. And you settle a little deeper into your seat, barefoot and unafraid. Because somehow you now know what once cut you has become what now carries the light. Jesus reaches into a worn leather satchel beside him, one you hadn't noticed before, though it clearly didn't just appear. It's scratched, sun-darkened, and faintly smells of dates and cedar wood. With practiced ease, he pulls out a small round loaf of bread, wrapped in linen so soft it could have been folded by angels on a lunch break. He unwraps it slowly, reverently. "I saved this," he says, "from a meal you almost had." You tilt your head. "Almost." He nods. "You prayed once in your room that you could feel me closer. I came, but your phone buzzed, and the world swallowed the moment. The bread is simple, no fancy glaze or flowery flourish, just round, golden, and warm. But as he breaks it open, steam curls out with a smell unlike anything you've known. Not bakery warmth, not even manna. It smells like laughter shared on a porch, like forgiveness accepted in full, like peace you didn't have to chase. He hands you half. It doesn't crumble. It bends, flexes, as if even the gluten molecules are committed to grace. You take a bite and suddenly you're not sitting by a fire. You're 12 again, laughing with your cousin by the lake. You're 16, dancing alone in your room and not caring who saw. You're last Tuesday washing dishes and humming without noticing. Every unguarded moment of presence folded into a single bite. This, Jesus says between bites, is what I meant when I said, I am the bread. Not just theology. I meant this, something that sustains surprises and reminds you what being alive is like when you're not defending yourself. You chew slowly. The bread isn't sweet, but it makes your heart ache the way some melodies do. It fills you not with fullness, but with enoughness. Want to know a secret? He says, leaning close like a friend sharing gossip. You nod. Scholars debate what bread I used at the Last Supper. Some say it was unleavened. Others argue for a local barley flat. He grins. They all missed it. It wasn't the ingredients, it was the moment. That meal wasn't powerful because of what it was. It was powerful because of who they were with. The lamb lets out a small sigh, then dozes off again. Jesus looks fondly at it. Even animals understand when peace is nearby. You glance at your half of the bread. It's somehow still warm. He notices your gaze. It never goes stale, he says. Not in this place. Not when shared in remembrance. You wonder for a moment if it's real bread or some kind of metaphor. But as another bite melts on your tongue, you stop caring. The experience is more nourishing than logic could ever be. Jesus leans back, hands folded behind his head. Humans always talk about breaking bread, he says. But no one teaches how to receive it. To accept a gift without apology. To eat without earning. He glances at you now, eyes soft and bright. So eat, my friend. No need to explain your hunger. Just eat, and you do. And something in you long starved for gentleness begins to rise. Somewhere beyond the firelight, a breeze stirs. Not loud, just enough to rustle the branches of an old olive tree standing crooked near the edge of the clearing. You hadn't seen it until now, but it's there, as if it stepped forward from the background when the time was right. Its trunk is thick and twisted its bark like folded parchment. Each leaf seems to flicker silver in the light, shimmering like they're remembering something ancient. Jesus nods toward it casually. That one grew from a seed pressed between the pages of Isaiah, carried here by a tired angel with dirt on his robe. You look at him. He's serious, or at least serious in the way someone can be while still smiling softly at their own poetry. As you watch the branches begin to sway again, not randomly but rhythmically. There's a whisper there, not language, not wind, something quieter. The kind of sound you don't hear with your ears, but with whatever part of you weeps during worship and doesn't know why. They only speak when someone listens slowly. Jesus says, closing his eyes, "So you try." The fire fades slightly behind you, like it's dimming on purpose to make room for this moment. You face the tree. Let your shoulders fall. Let the noise inside your mind unspool. And slowly beneath all your internal commentary, you hear it. A lament, a lullaby, a prayer for those too tired to finish their own. You don't recognize the words, but you know the feeling. It's the same one that wraps around you during the final verse of a hymn you don't fully understand but sing anyway. It's the ache of belonging to something older than explanation. The olive trees in Gethsemane. Jesus whispers they still hum. You turn to him. Even now, he says. They whisper of that night, of my trembling, of the blood in the soil. But they don't mourn. They remember. Not tragedy, but obedience. And what obedience costs. You feel the air thicken slightly, not with fear, but with reverence. There's a tale, he adds, from a forgotten scroll. It says, "When I knelt in Gethsemane, one of the trees bent down and tried to wrap its branches around me, to cover me like a parent shielding a child from rain." You stare at the crooked olive tree before you. Its bark almost seems to ripple. Of course, he says, I told it no, that this was something I had to face uncovered. But I promised it. I'd let it remember for me. The branches sway again, gentler now, like a sigh held for centuries. You take a step toward it and place your hand gently on the trunk. It's warm, faintly pulsing. You hear nothing, and yet feel everything. Your regrets, your endurance, your quiet nights of showing up when no one clapped. The tree acknowledges them all. You look back. Jesus is watching you, not with a lesson, but with delight. You don't have to carry the full story, he says. Some things are remembered in leaves. That's why creation sings, so we don't have to hold everything alone. The lamb stretches, snoring gently. A single olive falls to the ground with a soft thump. You pick it up. It glows slightly. For later, Jesus says, for the next time you feel forgotten, just hold it. It'll remind you someone always remembers. The sky has deepened overhead, not darker, but deeper, like velvet soaked in twilight. As you gaze upward, your eyes catch something to the east, just above the tree line. A small cloud. It's no bigger than a man's hand, yet it glows faintly from within, as if lit by a quiet promise. Jesus follows your gaze and smiles. Ah, that one. It's been hovering here for hours, maybe years. Depends how you measure faith. You watch as the cloud slowly drifts, but never dissipates. It holds its form like it's waiting for a cue. He leans closer. Elijah once prayed 7 times for rain, sent his servant out to look toward the sea each time. Nothing. Nothing. Still nothing. But on the 7th try, a cloud just like that. You nod. I remember. It was a sign the drought was ending. Jesus' eyes crinkle. Yes, but not just the drought. The silence, the waiting, the wondering if prayer was still a two-way conversation. The fire crackles behind you like it's clearing its throat politely, but the sky holds your attention now. That single strange little cloud, soft, glowing, patient. Jesus continues. There's an old oral tradition too fragile for canon, but too lovely to forget. It says that cloud never truly left, that it comes back when the soul is close to breakthrough, but hasn't seen rain yet. You blink surprised. You mean, it waits. He nods. Not all signs are loud. Some hover quietly until you're ready to believe again. You look back up. The cloud pulses once like a slow heartbeat in the sky. There was a woman once, he says, eyes distant. She watched that cloud for 40 years. Every time she nearly gave up, grief, loneliness, prayers returned unopened, she'd see it out of the corner of her eye. Never long enough to grab, but always long enough to stay soft. You look at him, and your voice comes quieter. Did it ever rain for her? He grins, slow and wide. Let's just say the flowers at her funeral were still damp. You both laugh gently, a laugh wrapped in peace. Not mockery, not disbelief. Just two friends sitting beneath mystery. I thought you say after a while that faith was supposed to be about confidence. Jesus shakes his head. That's courage. Faith is quieter. More like waiting with your hand open even if nothing falls into it. The lamb sneezes in its sleep. Somewhere in the distance, a soft roll of thunder murmurs not close but real. Jesus reaches into his robe and pulls out a folded piece of parchment. On it, a single word, soon. He holds it between 2 fingers and gives it to the breeze. It lifts, swirls once, and disappears into the cloud. You watch it go. Then, without warning, a single drop of water falls onto your hand. Just one. Cool. Gentle. Impossible. Jesus winks. I asked it to wait for you. The sky stretches wide above the fire stars, scattered across it like ancient syllables waiting to be translated. Most of them you recognize, or think you do. Orion, the Dipper, maybe Cassiopeia if you squint. But then Jesus points not with ceremony, just a casual motion of his hand to a single star, tucked low on the horizon, glowing with an amber hue that pulses slowly like a breath. That one, he says softly, has never been charted. You follow his finger eyes narrowing, but it's so bright. He nods. Exactly. Too bright for maps. Every time a cartographer tried to capture it, their ink would dry up mid-stroke. Old stargazers called it the refusing star. But I like to think of it as the listening star. You blink, listening. He tilts his head as if hearing something distant. Some believe it only shines when a soul asks a question heaven doesn't answer in words. You stare at it, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu, like you may have once wished upon that star, not in childhood, but in heartbreak. It's older than the others, Jesus says. It sang during the first breath of creation, and it hummed when the veil in the temple tore. He pauses. It's also the only star that's ever winked at me. You chuckle, but the idea sticks. It does look a little mischievous up there, like it knows something no prophet ever dared write down. There's an apocryphal tale, he continues, buried in the footnotes of footnotes. It claims that star once guided a midwife to Bethlehem, not to deliver me, but to comfort the innkeeper's wife, who didn't understand why strangers filled her barn while her own heart felt vacant. You exhale. What happened to her? She wept beneath that star, he says, and the light bent low enough to kiss her forehead. The silence that follows is heavy, but in a good way, like a weighted blanket stitched from galaxies. You ask quietly, why hasn't anyone named it? Jesus smiles. Because its name is given privately, only when someone is ready to hear the thing they've been avoiding. Your heart tightens just a little, not in fear, but in recognition. So what would it say to me, you ask? He doesn't answer with words. Instead, he lets the fire dim. The trees hush. Even the lamb seems to hold its breath. And the star, it pulses once, twice, and for the briefest of moments you feel it. You don't hear a voice, but you know what it means. You are not lost. You are just uncharted. Jesus leans back satisfied. That's its message. Always has been. The star remains. Not blinking, not moving. Just waiting, still listening, still shining in a sky too big for your old worries. You gaze up a moment longer, and the words he didn't say echo inside you like a psalm you've always known, but never sung. You've never been invisible, just waiting to be truly seen. And suddenly the stars don't seem so far away. The ground beneath you, once shimmering glass, now gives way to a narrow footpath laced with stones, round, smooth, mottled in shades of clay and dusk. Jesus rises gently, brushing the back of his robe, and gestures for you to walk with him. The fire doesn't protest your departure. It stays glowing, content to warm the lamb still curled beside it. But as you step onto the path, something strange happens. The stones hum, not loudly, more like the sound of wind through distant chimes, or a river you can't quite see but know is near. Jesus smiles without looking back. They remember. You glance down. The stones don't shimmer, don't glow, but each one feels familiar, as if you've walked here before, or wanted to. These stones, he says, were scattered across Galilee once. Fishermen stepped on them. Thieves, prophets, doubters, mothers who sang lullabies in the dark. You bend and touch one. It's warm, like it's been holding someone's story for centuries. When your fingers linger, a single image flickers across your mind, a sandal frayed at the edge, stepping firmly into mud with joy. They remember joy, best, Jesus says. But they also remember when you thought you were walking alone. Your next step lands on a darker stone, its texture worn smooth by repetition. Immediately a memory surfaces, not one you wanted. A moment when you turned away, not in defiance, but fatigue. A time when you chose numbness over hope. The stone vibrates gently, not with rebuke but with welcome, like it knows that missteps are still steps. Some scholars, Jesus says lightly, once speculated that stones could hold the echo of miracles, but most dismissed it. Said creation doesn't have memory. He looks back at you, now eyes glinting. They were wrong. You walk on in silence. Every few steps, a different emotion rises in you. Not overwhelming, just present. Like each stone offers a breath of someone who once dared believe, or nearly gave up. There's a legend Jesus adds from the days after the resurrection, that one stone rolled away from my tomb only because it recognized my footprints from before. You stop. He shrugs, playful. Not doctrine, but stones have their own theology, you know. Simpler than ours, less ego, more awe. You grin. Ahead, the path curves gently around an old fig tree whose roots push up through the earth like knuckles reaching skyward. Beside it lies a single stone larger than the rest. Flat, pale, different. Jesus kneels and taps it twice. It hums in response, and a symbol glows faintly on its surface. You don't recognize the language, but your soul does. It's your word, he says. The one heaven gave you before you were born. Too sacred for syllables. You kneel, and for a moment, you hear something deeper than thought. It's your own voice long ago whispering a yes before your lungs ever breathed. The path continues scattered with more stones, each waiting to remind you who you are and who walked with you when you forgot. And you rise again, not heavier with knowledge, but lighter with remembrance. As the footpath winds back toward the fire, Jesus pauses by a stone ledge shaped like a low table. The surface is weathered smooth, like it's hosted centuries of elbows loaves and late-night sighs. Resting in the center of the stone, undisturbed, is a simple clay cup, unfinished, uneven, humble. He brushes away a leaf beside it, then picks it up slowly, reverently. Inside, a small pool of deep crimson still remains. It hasn't dried. You lean in. Is that? Jesus nods. One of the cups from that night. The night I broke the bread, and they broke the silence. You blink, but that was... Time doesn't spoil what's eternal, he says. Especially not wine poured in love. He lifts it, lets the firelight catch the liquid inside. It glows not with magic, but with memory. You can smell it now, spiced with cloves and a whisper of something older than vineyards. It smells like candlelight prayers and the hush that falls just before grace is spoken aloud. He holds it out to you, not urgently, just waiting. You hesitate, but I wasn't there. You were always welcome, he replies. Even if you arrived late, you take the cup. It's heavier than you expect, not in weight, but in meaning. The rim is chipped. A thumbprint is pressed into the side. Someone, perhaps Peter, gripped it too tightly once. Maybe when the rooster crowed. Maybe when the spirit fell. No one knows. You lift it slightly and the wine shifts. It doesn't swirl like liquid. It moves like silk in water. Every shimmer holds something, a familiar laugh you haven't heard in years, a letter you never sent, a moment you forgave someone before they asked. Jesus watches you. This isn't the wine of celebration, he says gently. It's the wine of enduring. The kind you drink when love hurts and still chooses. You take a small sip. The taste surprises you, not sweet, not bitter. It's real, like it doesn't care about impressing you. It tastes like promises that almost broke but didn't. Like the kind of love that stays up through the night because someone needed to talk about nothing. And then, just as the flavor settles, images flood your heart. A dinner you missed because of anxiety. A time you sat in your car, too tired to go inside. That moment last month when you loved someone more than your fear of them leaving. Each memory flickers and then quiets. Not judged, just seen. Jesus sits beside you now, watching the cup in your hands. Want to know why it's only half full, he asks. You nod. Because the rest is waiting for the day all of us finish the meal together. He points upward toward a starless patch of sky. That's the place. The table's already set. No candles needed. The light comes from the joy. You glance back at the cup, and now you see it, your reflection in the wine. Not flawless, not holy, but held. The kind of face someone would choose to dine with again and again. You set it back on the table. Carefully, lovingly, the fire behind you crackles with soft approval. The lamb stretches and sighs, as if it too has tasted eternity. And Jesus, with a familiar smile, says, "Now you've drunk from the story. It'll never leave you. Even on the nights when you forget it, remembers. The night wraps tighter now, like a blanket drawn just beneath your chin. The fire burns low, steady, as if it too has grown contemplative." Jesus doesn't speak for a while. He just gazes into the flame, head slightly bowed, shoulders, still as though listening to something beyond sound. And so you listen too. There's a pause so thick, you almost want to fill it. Ask a question, tell a story, crack a joke. But something in you resists the urge, senses the holiness in this hush. Eventually Jesus speaks, but not with words. He sighs, and in that sigh you hear it, the weight he carries, the love he never stops giving, the patience vast as galaxies as he waits for souls to soften enough to receive him. When he finally speaks, his voice is barely above a whisper. You know some truths are hidden in my pauses. You nod slowly. I said, "Blessed are the meek." But what I didn't say, what hung in the air afterward, was how deeply I understand why people stop being meek after so many wounds. He picks up a small stick, twirls it absently in his fingers. I said, "Forgive them," and left a breath between the words. In that breath was every betrayal I felt, every friendship that frayed. He tosses the stick into the embers. The silence held more than the sentence. The fire doesn't flare, but it shifts lower, more golden. The flames lean inward as if eavesdropping. Scholars spend lifetimes parsing my words. He continues, but it's the spaces between them that hold the ache. The affection, the exhaustion, the mercy too fragile for doctrine. You feel something in your chest like a note left unresolved. A longing not for answers, but for presence. He leans back on his hands, gazes up at the stars again. The Desert Fathers had a saying, "God is found in the breath between prayers." They weren't wrong. You look at him. So what about the silence after someone stops praying altogether? He turns his head gently toward you, eyes steady. That's the loudest part, he says. When you stopped speaking, I leaned in closer. The fire crackles once like punctuation. There's a moment in Luke's gospel. He continues between my question and their answer. Between, "Who do you say I am?" and Peter's reply. That moment lasted longer in my heart than the words did. You blink. Why? Because hesitation is holy, he says. It means the soul is still wrestling honestly. You let those words hang. You realize how many silences you've feared, awkward pauses in conversations, prayers that died mid-sentence those nights. You stared at the ceiling and called it nothing. They weren't nothing, Jesus says gently, as if reading your thoughts. They were invitations, not to fill the silence, but to feel it. He closes his eyes now just for a moment, and you wonder how many of his miracles lived not in his commands, but in the moments after them, The hush before the leper's skin cleared. The stillness between Talitha Kum and the girl's first gasp. The quiet heartbeat between Lazarus come out and the sound of linen shifting in the dark. Your breath slows. The silence no longer feels like absence. It feels like attention. Jesus opens his eyes again. "You've filled your days with noise," he says kindly. "But tonight let the silence speak. And in that sacred quiet you hear something you didn't expect. Your own soul sighing in relief." Jesus reaches into the folds of his robe and pulls out a small rolled parchment. No seal, no label, just bound with a thread that looks spun from moonlight. He holds it like a keepsake, not a scroll. Then he doesn't hand it to you. He just places it gently on the ground between you. "You already know what's written there," he says softly. You stare at it. Something inside you stirs a flutter, a tremble. You haven't opened it, but your soul leans toward it like a flower towards sun. That, he says, is your first name. The one heaven sang when you were merely a breath in God's imagination. You swallow. "But my name is..." He stops you with a look that's more tender than correction. Not the name given by tired parents or playful nicknames or legal documents. The name before. The one no one ever mispronounced. The one no shame ever touched. You glance at the scroll. You don't dare open it. "Don't worry," he says gently. "It doesn't vanish if left unread. It waits. It's always waited." You nod slowly. "What does it mean?" He smiles. "A meaning too sacred for definition. But I'll give you hints." He scoops a handful of soil from beneath the firelight and lets it trickle through his fingers. It means the way light wraps around someone who thought they were forgotten. It means the silence after laughter when no one wants to leave yet. It means the echo of your yes to life before fear taught you the word maybe. You feel your throat tighten. A tear begins to form, but not out of sadness. It's the strange ache that only comes when you feel known. There's a tale, he continues, in the writings lost after Babylon's fall. It says that when each soul is formed, the spirit breathes a secret name into it. A name only God and the soul itself know. You blink through the shimmer in your vision. Then how do you know it? He grins. "Because I was there when it was whispered." You laugh quietly because what else can you do when someone just casually tells you they were present before your soul took its first shape? "But why don't I remember it, you ask?" He shrugs. "Because you had to learn what it didn't mean first. You had to survive false names, failure, burden, disappointment. Not enough so that when you hear the true one, it stuns you into stillness." The fire murmurs in agreement. Even the lamb lifts its head, bleats, once then curls back into sleep, like it knows the holy is passing by. Jesus taps the scroll lightly. You'll recognize it one day. Not by sound, but by rest. When someone says your true name, your bones will unclench. Your mind won't race to perform. Your soul will say, "Yes, that's me." You ask quietly, "Have I ever heard it even once?" He nods. "Twice. Once in a dream you forgot, and once in a silence you were too busy to trust." You look up, heart wide open now. "Will I ever speak it aloud?" "No," he says, eyes kind, "but you'll live it. And when you do, others will remember their own." The parchment remains untouched, glowing faintly in the fire's hush. You don't open it. You just sit with it, because somehow you already feel seen. Jesus brushes aside a layer of moss beside the fire pit revealing a hollow carved into the earth no bigger than a loaf of bread, but deep. He reaches in and withdraws a weather-worn scroll wrapped in what looks like fish skin, dried and stretched smooth. Its scent, surprisingly, is not sour, but briny like the air near a shoreline just before sunrise. This, he says, cradling it gently, was Jonah's second message, the one he never delivered. You blink. There was a second one. He nods, brushing sand from the edges. After Nineveh repented, after the vine withered, after the silence, he wrote it alone in the shadow of his shame, unsure if prophecy was still his calling or just a chapter. He hands it to you. It's cool to the touch, the texture, like old scales softened by salt and time. Jonah buried it, Jesus says, under the same ground where he sulked. Not out of bitterness, but uncertainty. He didn't know if a forgiven prophet had the right to speak again. You run your fingers along the edge. There's no script you recognize. Just symbols, waves, stars, spirals like the language of dreams etched into leather. Most people, Jesus adds, remember Jonah as the runner, the reluctant. But they forget what he learned inside the belly. He leans closer. Do you know what's hidden in the deep? You shake your head. Not just despair, he says. Not punishment. Perspective. He stands slowly and begins to trace a spiral into the dirt with his finger. When Jonah finally stopped trying to escape, he remembered his calling wasn't to change others. It was to carry presence, even into places he didn't want to go. He smiles. Sound familiar? You glance at the scroll again. Inside, something stirs, not audibly, not visually, but spiritually. You know there's something there for you, like a word meant for your season, but written in someone else's storm. There's an ancient thought, Jesus says, that the deepest revelations don't come when you're at your strongest, but when you're willing to sit with the things you've swallowed. He pauses. Some say that when Jonah lay in the belly of the fish, the word came to him, like it once came to Moses, through silence, not spectacle. The lamb snorts lightly, perhaps in agreement, or perhaps dreaming of fish. Jesus kneels beside you again. You've spent years thinking your disobedience disqualified you, he says gently. But Jonah's silence birthed a message no pulpit could handle. He taps the scroll. This isn't a prophecy of warning. It's a poem, a love letter to those who nearly drowned in their own resistance. You begin to weep, not with sobs, but with quiet acknowledgement. Tears that aren't loud, just long overdue. He places a hand over yours. There are some callings, he says, that only grow in the dark. Yours didn't die, it just needed time in the deep. You look back at the fire. Its light hasn't dimmed. It's steadier now, as if bearing witness to this unearthing. Jesus smiles. You're allowed to come back, you know, even if you never fully left. Grace isn't limited to dry land. You hold the scroll closer to your chest, and something inside it warms like a heartbeat. Or maybe your own finally returned to you from the deep. The fire is low now, but it hasn't lost its strength. If anything, it's grown more deliberate, less flame, more glow. Like a storyteller winding down, voice, soft eyes crinkled in the corners. Jesus stirs the embers with the edge of his sandal. Most people think prayers vanish. He says, they think if the answer doesn't come wrapped in lightning or peace, it means heaven misplaced the envelope. He looks at you, but nothing said in sincerity is ever lost. He kneels beside the fire and cups his hands over a cluster of coals. For a moment, nothing happens. Then gently, slowly, the embers shift color, from orange to violet to soft glowing blue. You hear something, not a crackle, not wind, voices. At first they're faint, whisper thin, but then they come into focus. Your voice years ago, praying not for a miracle, but just to make it through a Wednesday. Another asking God to heal someone you loved but couldn't understand. Another still wordless, just the groan of exhaustion breathed through your steering wheel before walking into a room full of people expecting smiles. The fire holds them all, not like a recording, like a choir. Jesus watches your face. They've been singing ever since, even the ones you never finished. You close your eyes. You hear one distinct now, a prayer you whispered as a child under your covers. Not for toys, not for toys. You asked God not to let the world forget you. It didn't. He didn't. The fire knows your cadence, Jesus says softly. It carries it forward. It's been repeating your heart to the Father while you slept. You blink away a tear, but it doesn't fall. The fire catches it first, like a midwife cupping something sacred. There's an obscure line Jesus continues in one of the desert scrolls. It says the Spirit memorizes the melody of your longing, even when you forget the words. He leans in. And your longing, by the way, was never a weakness. It was always a doorway. The flames pulse, and you hear something new. Not just your voice now, but the voices of others, ones who prayed for you. An elderly woman you once helped carry groceries. A stranger who saw you in a cafe and felt moved to whisper your name to God. Your grandfather mumbling prayers beneath a quilt while pretending to be asleep. They prayed for you, Jesus says, not just to be safe, but to be soft, to keep your heart gentle in a world that worships armor. The flames rise again, but only briefly enough to echo one more line. Please, God, don't let me disappear. Jesus smiles. You didn't. He leans back, letting the silence settle again. There's a fire in heaven, he says, that burns like this. It's fueled entirely by forgotten prayers. Not rejected, just rerouted, replanted. Blooming somewhere you haven't walked yet. You inhale deeply. The scent of the fire is different now. Less smoke, more spice. Cinnamon. Or is that cedar? It smells like something new is coming. And as you exhale, you feel it. A tiny ember placed gently inside your chest. It doesn't burn. It warms. It whispers. And you finally believe what Jesus says next. You never prayed alone. Jesus is quiet again. Not because he has nothing to say, but because this moment requires more hush than explanation. The fire dims, breathing slowly, like it too is listening. He glances skyward, then back toward you, and something shifts in his posture. Not sadness, but gravity. The weight of a memory older than the stars. There was a moment, he says softly, when time couldn't keep going. You lean forward. When he gazes into the flame. When a child died alone with no one to name their pain. When a widow waited by a window for a letter that never came. When you cried that one night, curled in the corner of your bed, thinking no one heard. You look up startled. Jesus nods gently. Time tried to move on. It really did. But compassion anchored it. Eternity paused mid-breath. The angels stopped singing. Even heaven wept. You feel it now subtly. The pause. It's not absence. It's presence held still. The ache of divine empathy too deep for motion. Some ancient rabbis, he continues, believed that when Cain raised his hand against Abel, the sun itself hesitated, unsure if it should rise again. He picks up a stick, traces a slow circle in the ash. Others say there's a hidden hour, still not logged in our calendars, when time took a knee. Not because it failed, but because it loved. You whisper, so the universe mourns with us. Jesus smiles. It remembers with you. The stars don't just shine, they witness. And sometimes they cry. That's what shooting stars really are, you know. You laugh a little. Are you serious? He winks. Serious enough to make the poet suspicious. The lamb stirs again, nuzzles your side, as if sensing the sacred weight of the moment. You rest your hand on its fleece, grounding yourself in something warm and soft and real. Jesus adds there's a psalm never included in the canon. Some say David sang it under his breath when no one was listening. Just 5 lines long. It ends like this: "And you, O God, sat beside my sorrow until it fell asleep in your lap." You look at him. Did he? Jesus meets your eyes. He still does. He leans forward, taps the fire, and suddenly an image rises gentle and hazy like a dream. You see yourself maybe 7 or 8, seated in a field, face streaked with tears. But beside you, unseen at the time, a figure sits with arms wrapped around his knees, watching, weeping, waiting. You exhale. I thought I was alone. You never were, he says. A breeze rustles the trees slow and low, like the exhale of a universe that finally remembered to rest. Time begins to move again, but slowly, kindly. Not because it must, but because you're ready. Grief, Jesus says, isn't something to rush through. Even eternity waited its turn to mourn. And now it walks with you, step by step. No hurry, no shame, just presence and promise. Jesus stands and walks a few quiet paces from the fire toward a small bundle resting on a tree stump. You hadn't noticed it before, but now it's clear folded cloth, rough and sea-worn, the kind of garment someone would have wrapped around themselves on long, wind-bitten nights by the shore. He picks it up, gently brushes off a few pine needles, and smiles. Peter left this here once. After one of his many attempts to quit, you raise an eyebrow. Quit what? Jesus chuckles. Everything. Fishing, following, hoping. He thought failure disqualified him. That if he denied me once, he could never be trusted again. He holds the cloak out, and the breeze lifts its edge like it remembers how it once danced across Galilee. You step forward and take it. It's heavier than it looks and smells faintly of salt smoke and something more subtle like grace baked into wool. You drape it over your shoulders. The fabric scratches slightly at first, but then warms. It fits oddly well, even though it clearly wasn't made for you. Jesus watches your expression. Peter used to wear that when he was still figuring out the difference between guilt and conviction. You glance at him. He carried shame like a net full of holes. It never held anything long, but he wouldn't let it go. You nod slowly. I know that feeling. He smiles gently. Most people do. That's why this cloak still smells like forgiveness. Not just the act of being forgiven, but the process of letting it soak in. The fire crackles behind you as if chiming in. It takes time. Jesus steps closer, eyes soft. You don't have to earn grace, but you do have to wear it. Let it warm you. Let it wrinkle. Let it carry the scent of your real life. He runs a hand along the fabric on your shoulder. Peter wore this when he tried to walk on water. when he dropped the net after breakfast and ran toward me on the beach. Even when he argued about who was the most loyal. It absorbed his doubt and still wrapped around him. You inhale. The cloak does smell like something holy, not incense or sanctuaries. More like burnt toast from a reconciliation breakfast. Like tears dried in sleeves after confession. Like love that decided to stay. There's a story Jesus says passed down quietly. That after Peter's death, this cloak was placed under a fig tree near the sea. And that sometimes when someone too ashamed to pray walks past, the branches lean down and offer it again. You feel it now, not just warmth, but weight. Not as a burden, but as a reminder you can fail forward. You will, and still the cloak will fit. The lamb noses your calf gently, and you wonder if even animals can smell forgiveness. Jesus seats himself again by the fire. Most people try to hang their shame out to dry. Peter learned to fold his, to bless it, to carry it without worshiping it. You settle back beside him, cloak snug around you, and for the first time in a long time, you feel no need to explain why you need forgiveness. The cloak already knows. Jesus reaches into the small pouch at his side, a faded leather satchel that seems deeper than it should be, and pulls out something glowing faintly in his palm. At first you think it's a marble, maybe a polished stone. But as it flickers in his hand, you realize it's alive. Not pulsing like a heartbeat, but steady like something that never needed to learn patience. It simply is. This, he says quietly, is an ember from the bush that burned before Moses ever asked why. You blink. You kept one. I kept many, he says. But this one I saved for tonight. He holds it out to you. It hovers just above his palm, weightless. The glow is soft, but unwavering, like a candle that never questions its flame. You reach out slowly, and as your fingers near it, you expect heat, but there's none. Only stillness. A holy quiet. Most think the fire was a test, he says. But it wasn't. It was a welcome. Moses didn't need to pass anything. He only needed to stay long enough to listen. You let the ember rest on your open palm. Its warmth begins to spread not outward but inward. Not burning, becoming. Jesus leans in, speaking gently. There's a verse lost to time, likely torn from a scroll by wind or war. It said, "In the bush was no judgment, only invitation wrapped in flame." You nod slowly. Somehow your soul already knows this. He adds, "The bush burned not to scare Moses, but to slow him. If it had spoken with thunder, he'd have fled. If it had looked ordinary, he would have walked on. But wonder makes the feet pause. The ember glows brighter at that. You glance at him. So, what do I do with this?" He smiles. "Let it teach you how to burn without consuming yourself." The fire behind you cracks in gentle approval. You've been told, he says, that light requires sacrifice, that burning out is noble, that exhaustion is holy. He leans closer. "But I never asked for that." Your throat tightens. "I asked for presence, not performance. For devotion that glows in quiet corners. For love that doesn't scorch." He pauses. "And I ask that you never confuse busyness with belonging." You stare at the ember. It seems to shimmer more now, not with color, but with knowing. There's a Hebrew belief, Jesus adds, that the fire Moses saw still burns somewhere. That it never died. It simply moved from mountain to temple to heart. He taps your chest gently. You carry it now. whether you feel it or not. The lamb sneezes again, once then curls tighter, as if even it respects the weight of this moment. The ember floats back toward Jesus, but before he places it away, he holds it near your heart. It pulses once, softly, deeply, and then vanishes into the pouch, like a secret whispered only once in eternity. But the warmth remains in you. You don't glow outwardly, no lightning, no halo, but something inside you has caught, and it's not asking to burn you up, it's asking to light the way forward. Jesus rises again slowly this time, brushing dust from his hands. You stand with him instinctively, as if the night itself invited movement. The fire doesn't protest your leaving it, just keeps glowing like a faithful friend, holding the warmth while you wander. He walks ahead, the hem of his robe skimming the earth. But as you follow, you notice something impossible. There are no footprints. You pause. Glance back, your own feet have left clear marks in the soft soil, each step pressed in gently like a signature in clay. But his nothing. You quicken your pace to walk beside him. Where are your steps? He smiles faintly. Not all paths are meant to be marked. You raise a brow. So I'm just supposed to guess where you've been? No, he says. You're supposed to trust that I've always been walking beside you, even when you couldn't trace me. He stops at a bend in the trail where fireflies hover, like punctuation marks in a verse yet to be sung. He turns to you. When I walked this world in sandals, my footprints filled with dust. But now I walk where your soul stumbles, where your doubt leaves gaps. You frown gently. But I thought following you meant following clearly. He chuckles not unkindly. That's the myth. Faith isn't about following a trail. It's about walking in communion. Even when the map is blank, he points behind you. Look, you turn, and where your footprints once led in single file, now somehow they're side by side. Two sets, yours and his. But you watched him walk ahead. You saw the empty earth. Yet there they are, his steps suddenly visible beside yours, matching pace depth, even the stumbles. You breathe in sharply. He steps beside you now. I walk with not in front. I've never needed to prove my pace. You nod slowly, but sometimes I felt alone. He doesn't interrupt, especially in the silence, the waiting, the wondering if I messed up so badly that even you wouldn't follow. He watches you. I didn't walk away. I just walked without echo. Some moments are too sacred for sound. The fireflies begin to drift in spirals. The stars above blink once, as if acknowledging the softness of the confession. There's an old teaching Jesus says from a teacher who never wrote anything down. He claimed the holiest steps leave no trace, because they're walked in surrender, not certainty. You laugh under your breath. Sounds like bad advice for someone trying to find their way. He shrugs. Maybe. But good advice for someone trying to find me. You look down again. His steps are still beside yours. Gentle, real, marking nothing but meaning everything. The lamb trots up beside you, both stepping directly into one of his footprints. It settles in like a child curling into a parent's lap. Jesus leans close. So much of your exhaustion has come from trying to trace a trail that was never meant to be seen. You breathe that in. He adds, what matters is that you keep walking barefoot. Unsure, joyful, tired, knowing I don't leave prints because I'm not ahead of you. He touches your shoulder. I'm with you, always with you. You've returned to the fire now, both of you, though it feels changed somehow. deeper, like it's heard something worth keeping. Jesus reaches into the pouch again, not quickly, but like someone retrieving something fragile. What he pulls out is a single parchment, no wider than his hand, folded in thirds and sealed not with wax, but with a thread of lamb's wool tied delicately around it. He holds it up and exhales almost reverently. This one never made it into the canon. You glance at him, a psalm. He nods. David wrote it on a night no one talks about. A night when the crown weighed more than the sword, when the applause had long faded, and even the harp strings didn't want to be touched. You watch as he unties the thread. It doesn't break, it loosens, like it's been waiting. He unfolds the parchment and begins to read, not aloud but softly, letting the words settle into the air like incense. You don't hear every word, but you feel them. I am tired of being strong. Let the wind blow through me and name me small. I do not fear the shadows, Lord. I fear the parts of me that look too much like them. If you do not sing over me tonight, I will sing anyway, even if my voice trembles. Jesus folds the parchment back, eyes full, but not tearful. David wrote that after his greatest failure, not the giant, not the war, but when he doubted whether mercy still knew his name. You exhale slowly. He hands you the parchment. It's warm. Why wasn't this one shared, you ask? Because David didn't write it for the world, he says. He wrote it for God. And sometimes the most honest prayers aren't meant to be performed. They're meant to be survived. The parchment hums in your hands, not musically, emotionally, like a memory you forgot you lived. You read a line near the bottom. Do not rescue me from this ache. Teach me how to carry it without losing the melody. You whisper, I've prayed this before. Jesus smiles. I know. That's why I brought it. He sits beside you again. And for a long moment there's no sound, just firelight, and your breath steady now, quieter than it's been in years. There's a belief. He says softly that the Psalms David never released still echo in heaven, not in temples, not in choirs, but in the small rooms of souls who think their most honest prayers don't count. He touches your hand. They do. The lamb rests its head against your knee. The fire sighs. Jesus looks at you steady and kind. Every unfinished song, every prayer you whispered into the pillowcase, every wordless sigh in the car, they all land somewhere. And some of them they're psalms, just not yet sung. You look at the parchment again. You don't try to memorize it. You know it. Because maybe you wrote your own version of it once. And maybe heaven still hums it back to you when you're too tired to remember the tune. And tonight it sounds like forgiveness. The fire softens to embers again, and above the sky has grown impossibly clear. Every constellation glows, like it's leaning in, no longer distant specks, but close like breath on a mirror, or the hush before a lullaby. Jesus looks upward, then gestures for you to lie back beside him. The earth is cool beneath you, but not cold. The lamb curls beside your hip, warm and drowsy, like a living pillow wrapped in peace. He points toward a tight cluster of stars, shimmering violet and blue. That's the choir of the stillborn, he says softly. Every soul that never had time to breathe still sings from there. You blink up at it, stunned. I've never heard of that constellation. He nods. You wouldn't have. Most maps are too impatient to chart grief. The stars pulse faintly, blinking, not randomly, but rhythmically. Almost like Morse code. Jesus sees the wonder on your face. They speak, you know. Not with words, with presence. You tilt your head. What are they saying? He closes his eyes. Tonight, mostly lullabies, some laughter, and one rather elaborate joke about camels and tax collectors that only angels understand. You laugh and the stars twinkle in agreement. There's an old tradition, he continues, that says, when you dream beneath these skies, truly dream, your spirit lifts slightly from your body and floats just high enough to hear what heaven's been trying to say all day. You shift onto your side. So, dreams are messages. Sometimes, he says, other times they're healing, or rehearsal, or just the soul's way of exhaling. You remember dreams now, strange ones, tender ones. A field of lanterns, a lion that never roared but walked beside you. A staircase that led not upward but inward. Each one of those, he says quietly, was written into the stars first. And when you needed it, your spirit borrowed it for a night. You watch the sky. A comet streaks by, but instead of flashing across your vision, it seems to pause just for you, before vanishing gently like a curtain, falling at the end of a sacred play. Jesus stretches his legs. There's a theory, he says, that the stars used to sing aloud before the fall. Job hinted at it. Scientists call it radiation, but poets call it remembrance. You let that linger. Some even say, he adds, that when a child is born, their first wail is not fear, but recognition. A cry of reunion, remembering the stars they floated near just days before. You swallow. The sky feels closer than ever, more like a ceiling painted by someone who knows you well. You turn to him. What do my stars say? He smiles. They say, she returns, or he remembers, depending on the dream. But tonight they're whispering something special. You wait. He leans in and whispers. They're saying, you're not lost, just luminous and still learning how to shine down there. You blink up again. The stars twinkle once more, somehow warmer now. Less like fire, more like home. And as your eyes grow heavy, you realize the dreams you feared were meaningless, were actually conversations. And tonight the sky is listening back. The fire dims even further, now humming, like it knows what comes next. Jesus rises again, not rushed, just ready, and motions for you to follow. You expect the woods may be another path, but instead, you find yourself stepping into something you hadn't seen before. A doorway, not glowing, not grand, just open. The frame is built from olive wood, smoothed by hands and time. The door itself is gone, like it never needed to exist. Beyond it lies a small room square, warm candlelit. Stone walls, a woven mat in each corner. And in the center, a table low-wide covered with a linen cloth that ripples faintly, even though there's no wind. Jesus steps inside, first barefoot, on the cool stone. Most remember the meal, he says, the bread, the wine. But they forget the air, the silence, the waiting. You follow him in. Something about the space feels familiar, not because you've been here in body, but because your soul recognizes its stillness. A sacred déjà vu. There were more than 12 hearts present that night, he says. Some broken, some unsure. One pretending not to wake. He turns toward you. There was a seat left unclaimed, one not assigned, not planned. But I kept it open. He walks to the far side of the table, pulls back the cloth, and beneath it, sure enough, is a wooden stool, carved simply. No embellishment, just presence. I carved this one myself, he says. for the one who would come later, for the soul who thought they missed the moment. You stare at it. It doesn't call attention to itself. It simply waits. You thought Jesus says gently that you missed your invitation, that the table closed before your questions found their words. But I don't measure time like you do. I don't close doors you haven't walked through yet. He gestures for you to sit. You do. The stool doesn't creak, it cradles. And the moment you settle, something in you does too. This is the same room, he says, where I washed their feet, where Peter swore loyalty, where doubt and love sat in the same breath. He sets something in front of you, a folded napkin linen, white embroidered with a single word, welcome. There's a Hebrew belief, he adds, that when a host folds the napkin instead of tossing it, it means they're coming back. You glance up. So this is still happening, he nods. Every time someone opens their heart to communion, not just bread and cup, but presence. Every table becomes this one when it's set in love. He sits across from you now, not with grandeur, but ease. Eat when you're ready. No rush. This meal never spoils. You don't notice the food appear, but it's there, a warm piece of flatbread, a bowl of figs, a cup of wine so dark it reflects your face like a mirror in still water. You take a bite, and it tastes like home. Like memories you've never lived, but somehow missed. He doesn't speak again. He just eats beside you. And for the first time in a long time, you don't feel like a guest. You feel like you've come back to your own seat. The meal fades, not in haste, but with dignity. No crumbs, no leftovers. Just the feeling that something was shared, not consumed, but completed. Jesus stands from the table, stretches slightly like someone who's done good work, and gestures for you to follow him once more. You expect another path, another story. But instead, he walks toward a small alcove beside the room, almost hidden. Inside, there's a bench carved from olive wood, wide enough for two. Draped across it is a blanket, woven from what looks like twilight. He sits first, pats the spot beside him. You sit. He says nothing. And for the first time, silence doesn't feel like absence. It feels like rest. You've carried a lot, he says quietly. Not just burdens, expectations, roles, apologies that were never owed, delays mistaken for rejection. You've been faithful and tired. You exhale slowly. Your body begins to realize it no longer has to hold itself together. There's something sacred about rest, he adds. Not sleep, not stopping, but the kind of rest that remembers who you are without effort. He leans back, arms draped loosely along the bench. The candlelight flickers gently, casting soft halos around the walls, like the glow from a child's nightlight. Did you know, he continues, that the Sabbath wasn't given after work, but before worry? You blink. What do you mean? He tilts his head. Before the curse, before the toil, there was rest. Not as reward, but as rhythm. You weren't created to earn stillness. You were made from it. You feel a lump in your throat, not from sadness, but from being reminded of something you didn't know you forgot. There's an old rabbinic phrase, he says. The soul is shy, and only returns when the body remembers peace. He chuckles, a bit poetic, but not wrong. The bench creaks softly beneath you both, not from weight, but from memory. As if it's held 1,000 tired prophets, mothers, scribes, and wanderers before you. Most people think they need to deserve rest, Jesus says. But that's like saying you need to earn breath. He pauses, lets the thought sink in. You don't need to fix one more thing, solve one more problem. Answer one more text. You don't even need to understand me fully to sit beside me. He folds the blanket and drapes it gently across your lap. It smells faintly of lavender and wood smoke, like something that belonged to peace, before peace had a name. You know, he continues, the angels once argued about whether humans should be given rest at all. You turn. Seriously. He nods. Some said it would make us lazy. Others said it would make us vulnerable. You smirk. And you, I said it would make you remember. You close your eyes. The warmth of the blanket, the hush of the candlelight, the presence beside you. It all blends into a stillness so deep, it doesn't demand sleep. It offers something rarer, release. And in that remembering, he whispers your soul finds its home. The lamb shuffles into the doorway, yawns like it's been eavesdropping the entire time, and curls into a ball. You pull the blanket up to your chest, lean your head lightly against Jesus' shoulder, and feel the kind of rest that only eternity can host. You do not speak. You do not need to. You are held. The hush remains even as Jesus stands again. You follow those slower now, not from hesitation, but from heaviness giving way to softness. Each step you take feels guided, though no one tells you where to go. He leads you to a clearing just beyond the upper room, where the earth is darker, scorched in places like it once held a fire, much older than the one you left behind. At the center is a stretch of soil, fine as flour, pale like ash, undisturbed and smooth as a blank scroll. Jesus kneels beside it. With a fingertip, he begins to draw. No tools, no rush, just gentle strokes in the ash, the way one might write a love letter in the dust on a forgotten bookshelf. You watch the lines form, curving paths, jagged edges, circles, valleys. It isn't a landscape you recognize, but it feels familiar. What is it, you ask? He doesn't answer yet. He finishes the last curve, then blows across the ash. The lines glow for a brief moment, then settle. He gestures. It's your life. You lean in, but it doesn't look like anywhere I've been. That's because it includes where you almost went, where you nearly stayed, the turn you made just in time, the places you never saw with your eyes but your soul did. You trace part of the path. One winding curve looks like a loop. Did I wander here? Jesus nods. Twice. But not because you were lost. Because the lesson needed the second lap. You both smile. He points to a long, narrow stretch, lined with what look like small stars. That's every time you kept going when you thought you couldn't. Heaven left lamps along that path to honor your choosing. You notice a sharp downward stroke. That looks like a fall. It was, he says. But look closer. You do. Beneath the line, etched so faintly you almost miss it, is a hand open steady, holding the drop like a trampoline. You didn't fall alone, he whispers. And you didn't fall as far as you thought. You keep studying the map. There's a crossroad marked with a small flame. And that, a moment you'll never fully understand. But one day you'll bless it. Wind stirs again, lifting some of the ash into the air, but the map remains. Will this stay, you ask? No. He says gently, not here. Wind will take it. But that's the point. He leans closer and traces a single line straight through the middle. It pulses briefly under his touch. This line, he says, is grace. It's not obvious, but it runs through everything, backwards and forwards, over and under. You stare at it. Even the detours, especially the detours. He stands again and lets the wind rise higher. Bit by bit, the ash lifts, swirls, scatters into the sky, like birds remembering they have wings. The map is gone, but something in you feels found. Jesus brushes his hands off and turns toward you. You don't need the map anymore. You hesitate. But what if I forget? He smiles. You won't. He taps your chest. It's written here now. And somehow you believe him. The air changes. Not colder, not heavier, just quieter. Even the wind seems to step aside for what's coming next. Jesus walks with you into a smaller grove nearby, where tall trees lean close, like old friends sharing secrets. Their trunks are gnarled branches, shaped like arms mid-reach. In the center of the clearing is a single stone bench, worn smooth by time, prayer, and maybe tears. He sits. You follow. This is the place, he says softly, where even the angels grew tired. You blink. I didn't know they could. He nods slowly. They can. Not like humans. No hunger, no pain. But ache, yes. Especially the ones who watch closely. The ones who kneel beside children sobbing in locked bedrooms. The ones who sit in hospital corners where no one visits. The trees sway but do not creak. They listen. Jesus continues. There was one night long ago when a child cried so deeply, even the angels didn't know what to sing. They grew quiet, wept, and one by one they laid their harps down and simply sat. You swallow. What happened to the child? He turns to you gentle. They were comforted, not by words but by presence, and not just by angels. A beat passes. I sat with them too, he says. The fire back in the distance flares, once then dims again like it too remembers. There's an old story, he continues, whispered among the watchers, that the loudest cry ever heard in heaven didn't come from war or worship. It came from a 4-year-old praying without knowing they were praying. Just whispering help to the ceiling. You lower your head. He looks at you. You prayed like that once. You don't deny it. He nods. And I sat with you too. You didn't see me. You were too focused on staying strong. But I was there cross-legged on the carpet, whispering peace you couldn't yet hear. He leans back. Even angels stop singing sometimes, not because they forget the melody, but because the silence becomes the sanctuary. You ask quietly, why let the pain happen at all? He looks at you not with a tidy answer, but with understanding, because to take it all away would have taken you away too. Your choices, your depth, your becoming. But I never left you in it. He taps the bench. This stone. It holds the weight of every soul who ever needed to be held, but didn't know how to ask. You reach down and touch it. It's warm. Do the angels still sing, you ask? Oh yes, he says. But differently now. More softly. With more awe. Because they've seen what it costs for a soul to keep loving through exhaustion. The lamb steps beside the bench and presses its head gently against your leg. Jesus smiles. Even creation grieves with you sometimes. The trees overhead sway again, brushing their leaves together in a sound like lullabies with no lyrics. And when you've reached the end of what you can offer, Jesus says, that's when grace doesn't begin. That's when it finally has room to be felt. You close your eyes. The angels somewhere above do not sing tonight. They rest. With you, the grove opens slightly now, just enough for the night sky to peer in again. Jesus rises quiet, calm, and gestures toward a low hill that wasn't there before. Or maybe it always was, but hidden behind the hush. You follow him up a short path, the earth beneath your feet cool and springy. At the top, there is a single flame floating upright, untethered. Not on a torch, not on wood, just fire, suspended in stillness. It flickers blue at the edges, gold at its core, as if it burns from something beyond oxygen. It gives off no smoke, no heat, and yet it commands reverence. You stop a few steps back. Your instincts say, "Don't touch this." Jesus doesn't warn you. He just watches your awe gently. "What is it?" you whisper. His voice is low. "The cherubim's fire, the one that once guarded Eden's gate." Your breath catches. "The flaming sword." He nods. "That's what they called it." But it wasn't a sword. Not really. Not metal. Not weapon. It was presence. Divine grief made visible. Flame that loved too fiercely to let brokenness back into the garden. You stare. The flame pulses once slowly. It doesn't threaten. It weeps. Jesus steps closer. Most think it was punishment. A wall. A warning. But this fire, this holy flame, it wasn't about keeping humanity out. He pauses. It was about preparing the garden for our return. The flame tilts toward you, not in aggression, but in recognition. It knows you. There's a forgotten verse, Jesus says, written in the margin of an ancient midrash. It says, "The fire turned inward when the exile began guarding not the garden, but the hope." You take one step closer, and in the glow you see it. Not a sword, not a weapon, but a lantern, a divine lantern hanging at the edge of time, keeping a light on for a people still wandering their way back. You whisper, "So, we're not locked out." He smiles. "No, we're just being retaught how to enter rightly. To return with reverence, not fear. With freedom, not pride." He circles the flame slowly. It doesn't flicker in his presence, it brightens. "You've been trying to earn your way back to peace," he says. But peace was never past the flame. It is the flame. Your soul stirs at the words. You move closer still. The flame hovers before you like a question no longer afraid of being asked. It glows brighter when your breath touches it. "I've seen this in a dream," you murmur. Jesus nods. Most have. A fire you can't explain. A warmth that undoes you without undoing you. That's Eden remembering you. You reach out not to touch but to be near. The flame bends slightly. And in it, for the briefest moment, you see something, a child barefoot in a garden laughing without fear. No shame, no hiding, just communion. It's you, or who you were, or who you still are beneath the layers. You step back, the flame stays. Jesus nods. It'll burn long after this night ends. Waiting, guarding not the place but the promise. The lamb lies beside the hill, now curled, as if it's always belonged here. You whisper, "Will I return someday?" Jesus meets your eyes steady and kind. You never truly left. The wind shifts, soft floral. It smells like rainfall remembered, not recent. Jesus leads you down from the hill, away from the flame that guarded Eden, and into a place so quiet it doesn't even try to be sacred. It simply is. A narrow path winds through tall grass and low olive trees. Their branches arch overhead, forming a natural hallway draped with vines that seem to hum without sound. The lamb trots ahead, tail flicking like a child who's wandered into a secret. You step into the garden. Not Eden. Something else. Older maybe, or newer. Jesus walks a few steps ahead, then stops and lets you take it in. This garden has no gates, No flaming swords, no cherubim at the corners. It has wildflowers, small, soft, not cultivated. A crooked bench beneath a fig tree. A stream so shallow it whispers instead of rushes. What is this place, you ask, breath low. He exhales like someone who's waited centuries for you to ask that. This is the second garden, he says. The one planted in silence after Eden closed. You glance around. By who? He smiles. By God. With trembling hands. After the loss. You blink. God trembled. He nods slowly. When Eden fell, heaven didn't shout. It wept. And in that weeping, God knelt, took seeds of mercy, tears of patience, and planted this. A place not of perfection, but of process. Not of innocence, but return. You step onto the grass. It bends, but does not break. There's no story about this garden, he adds. No scroll, no psalm. It was never written because it was meant to be discovered one soul at a time. The wind brushes your cheek, cool and fragrant. Somewhere nearby, a nightbird sings 3 notes, repeated gently like a heartbeat. Jesus gestures to a vine climbing the fig tree. That one grew from a forgiveness, whispered too late but still accepted. You approach the bench. Its surface is worn smooth by unrecorded prayers. You're not the first to sit here, he says. You sit. The bench creaks faintly. Not in complaint, more like recognition. Like it's held prophets and doubters, mothers and poets, all looking for the peace that didn't live in victory, but in letting go. Why don't we hear about this place, you ask? He lowers himself beside you. Because it's not entered with doctrine. It's entered when someone stops searching for Eden and starts receiving the present moment as holy again. You rest your hands on your lap. The lamb curls at your feet. Jesus plucks a small blossom from the grass, a blue flower with petals like folded parchment. This, he says, only grows here. It blooms when a soul stops performing. You take it. Its light as breath. He leans back, eyes closed, and you realize this is the place he returns to when he's not being preached about. You sit in silence. You don't need to speak. Not here. Because in this second garden, the ground doesn't judge. It receives. It remembers. It restores. And you, tired, searching, softened by flame and psalm and silence, find for a moment the echo of Eden. Not through the gate, but through grace. You rest in the second garden for a while, the kind of rest that doesn't check clocks or measure productivity. Just breath, bench blossom, and presence. Jesus hasn't moved. He sits beside you like he has nowhere else to be, and nothing more important than this stillness with you. Then slowly he reaches into the inside fold of his robe and brings out something unexpected. A swatch of fabric. It's soft, weathered, fluttering in the breeze. But the color, it stops you. Not white, not the sterile, glowing clean you've always seen in paintings and pulpits. Instead, it's rich with deep gold and bruised purple with hints of ash gray and softened olive green. The kind of color you see in old curtains behind confession booths. In bruised fruit left on a grandmother's table. In sunsets remembered, not captured. Jesus lays it gently across your lap. This, he says, is the color of forgiveness. You touch it. It's warm, not glowing, not showy, but steady like skin that's wept and healed and held. You whisper, I thought forgiveness was white, pure. He shakes his head slowly. Purity isn't perfection. Forgiveness isn't erasure. It's not a blank page, it's the ink that refuses to smudge. He turns to you, gaze soft. White would be too quiet, too clinical. Forgiveness is full-bodied, worn in, tender at the edges. It carries the colors of everything it's touched. He runs his fingers across the cloth. This gold, that's for joy returned. The purple for dignity restored. The gray is every heavy sigh that ended in surrender. And the green that's for the small beginnings no one noticed. The lamb sneezes softly, and the cloth ripples in your lap. Jesus smiles. And yes, there's a bit of white in there. But not to erase, to illuminate, to remind you that even within the mess light still dances. You stare at the fabric. Somehow it feels like it knows your name. There's a teaching, he continues, from a rabbi who painted with spices. He said when God forgives, he doesn't wipe clean. He weaves. The stain becomes a strand, the scar a shimmer. You hold the cloth to your cheek. It smells faintly of myrrh and mourning. So when you say, I forgive you, Jesus says you're not pretending it didn't hurt. You're coloring the memory in love instead of leaving it in shadow. You think of the people you haven't forgiven yet. You think of the person you still struggle to forgive most yourself. He sees the thought before you speak it. You're not too late, he says. The thread's still in your hand, and suddenly you see it your whole life, not as a mess of mistakes, but a tapestry, unfinished, yes, but vibrant. And forgiveness isn't the act of cutting away the wrong parts. It's the sacred decision to keep weaving. You press the cloth gently to your chest. It doesn't disappear. It becomes part of you. A new hue joins your story, not because you were perfect, but because grace refused to leave you colorless. Jesus rises once more quietly, motioning for you to follow. The garden softens behind you like a story slowly folding its final page. You walk now through a narrow corridor of reeds and stone until he stops near a shallow stream and kneels at the water's edge. He presses his palm into the damp soil, digging gently, fingers working with care. Then, like unearthing a treasure from forgotten centuries, he lifts a small clay tablet, no bigger than your hand, worn and cracked with time. What is it, you ask? He runs a thumb across its surface. Faint inscriptions shimmer for a moment, lines and marks that resemble language, but not one you've ever seen. This, he says softly, is a prayer buried at the base of Babel. You blink. I thought everything there was confusion. He nods. It was. But not everyone at Babel was building out of pride. Some were just trying to belong, to speak, to reach. He turns the tablet over. One man, Jesus continues, laid his tools down mid-construction. He whispered this prayer into the bricks and asked that if his voice could not reach heaven in speech, it might rise in silence. You kneel beside him. The stream whispers along the stones as if listening. What did he pray, you ask? He smiles gently. Something close to this. O God of every tongue, hear me in the one I do not know. I build but not for height, only for hope. Let my longing be enough. The prayer vibrates in your chest, not as sound, but memory. I've prayed that you whisper. He nods. So have many. It's the universal cry beneath eloquent prayers and garbled sighs. Let me be heard, even when I have no words. He places the tablet in your hands. It's heavier than it looks, warm like it's been waiting. There's a theory, he adds, that Babel didn't fall from pride alone, but from grief. From the ache of people trying to build their way back to each other without realizing they were already seen. You turn the tablet slowly. The grooves feel familiar, like fingerprints that once rested on your soul. What happened to the man who prayed it? Jesus smiles. He went on to live a quiet life, grew figs, taught his children to listen for the voice beneath the language. And one night, as he slept beside the trees, a wind passed through the grove, and he understood it. Not in speech, but in spirit. You hold the tablet closer to your heart. I thought prayers needed clarity, you say. They need honesty more, he replies. Heaven doesn't respond to polished grammar. It responds to posture, hunger, hope in motion. He gestures to the stream. This water has passed Babel and Sinai and Gethsemane, and yet it still moves. It doesn't worry about speaking perfectly. It flows. The tablet pulses once faintly. You look up. Is this mine now? He grins. You've always carried one. I just helped you remember it. The lamb dips its nose into the stream, then flops beside a patch of moss, fully at peace. You rest the tablet on your lap. The marks seem to change just slightly, not into words, but into knowing. And in that sacred silence, you finally understand. Even your most garbled cries have always been fluent in heaven. The stream fades behind you as Jesus leads you through a winding grove of cypress trees. Their trunks spiral like ancient question marks, branches stitched with threads of moss and forgotten stories. A clearing opens ahead, quiet and round, like a paused breath. At its center stands a single flat stone, like a table built before furniture was invented. Jesus runs his hand across its surface. You don't remember this. He says, but once in a dream, you ate here, with someone not of earth. You blink, an angel. He shakes his head slowly. A watcher. The name stirs something strange in you, ancient awe, mixed with the distant hum of wonder. Not fear, not exactly. There were many, he says, once tasked with observing, not intervening, just watching and grieving and praying silently for what they were forbidden to fix. He pauses. One of them loved you more than he was permitted to say. You feel a shiver, not from cold, but from something being remembered in your bones. You dreamt of him as a traveler, Jesus continues. A stranger at a table who spoke no words, but passed you a loaf of bread that glowed faintly from within. The memory flickers dim, soft, like the edges of a night you never wrote down. You ask quietly, was it real? Jesus turns to you, solemn but kind. All that is rooted in love is real. He reaches beneath the stone and pulls out a small cloth bundle, unwrapping it slowly. Inside is a slice of the same bread, unchanged, unspoiled, fragrant with the scent of baked olive and light. He left it for you, Jesus said you might need it one day, not for hunger, for remembrance. You take it in your hands. It's warm, not just fresh-baked warm, but presence warm, like someone prayed over it without sound. The watchers, he says, were never meant to stay, but some left blessings in secret. Acts of quiet defiance against despair. He smiles faintly. This bread is one of them. You break off a piece and taste it. It dissolves instantly, no chew, no crust, just a flood of memory. A night when you felt safe without knowing why. A stranger's hand over yours at a market stall. A sudden laugh in a dream you never shared. Jesus watches you. They were never your savior, but they saw you. And seeing is no small thing. He leans against the stone. There's an apocryphal verse scribbled in the margins of a scroll never canonized. It says, "The ones who see but do not touch still bear the heat of holiness in their hands." You whisper, "Did the Watcher break the rules?" He nods once, "Yes, but for kindness." And heaven wept, not in anger, but in recognition. You hold the last piece of bread to your chest. It glows faintly like a nightlight tucked beneath your ribs. "Will I see him again?" you ask. Jesus looks up through the canopy. Maybe not with eyes. But one day when someone reaches for your hand in silence, you'll know. The lamb nudges your ankle and settles beside you, and the stone table now cleared seems to breathe. Not finished, just honored. You step back into the quiet shade of the grove, where the air feels thicker with memory. The lamb walks ahead now, not hurried, just confidently, like it knows the path even before it's made. Jesus lets it lead. You follow. The grass gives way to softer moss, and soon you arrive at a smaller clearing, surrounded by wild rosemary and thyme. The lamb pauses at the center, lifts its head, and gives a soft bleat, not a cry, more like a call. Within moments, from behind a low thicket, another sheep steps forward. Larger, older, wool tinged with dust and time. It walks toward you slow, and certain eyes fixed not on your face, but your heart. It stops just in front of you and sniffs, once, twice, then leans its head into your chest like it's found something it lost long ago. Jesus smiles, crouching nearby. "This one has been looking for you." You blink. "For me." He nods. There's an old story, not in any scroll, just passed from shepherd to shepherd, that each soul is born with a scent, not physical, not flowery, a spiritual imprint. And certain sheep, soul sheep, are assigned to carry that scent back to heaven. You laugh gently. "So, like an emotional support lamb." He chuckles. "More like a memory keeper. They carry your scent across time, through fear, through forgetting, through the fields of your wandering. And when the time is right, he gestures at the sheep, pressing its warm head against you. They find you. The lamb doesn't move. It breathes in sync with your heartbeat now, as if it's syncing up with your story, inhaling not your failures, but your essence. You whisper, "It remembers me." Jesus gazes at you gently. It never stopped. You run your hand across its fleece, softer than you expect. The texture feels like an old blanket from your childhood. The smell faintly of sun, and something like rain on stone, floods your senses with calm. There's a belief, Jesus continues, that when someone finally meets the sheep who's carried their scent, their soul begins to recognize the parts of itself that never left the pasture. You stroke behind the sheep's ear. And what happens to them after this? He leans back, resting one hand in the moss. They stay a while, until the soul no longer needs reminding. You ask quietly, "What happens when I forget again?" He smiles wider. "It'll find you, again and again. That's what it was made for." The sheep curls beside you, now warm against your leg. The smaller lamb joins too, resting its head on your ankle, like they've both decided you're the campfire now. Jesus watches the scene with something more than approval, something like delight. "You're not as lost as you think," he says. "You're just mid-remembering." A breeze stirs the rosemary, and suddenly you realize the sheep knew you by your presence. Not your accomplishments, not your knowledge, just you. You lean back against a tree and breathe in deeply. The sheep stay close, not guarding, not guiding, just being. And sometimes, that's the most sacred thing of all. The lambs rest now curled on either side of you, as if they've always belonged there, fleece against your skin, warmth pressed into memory. Jesus stands and gestures gently, not with urgency, but with invitation. You rise lighter than before. He leads you along a winding path, carpeted with pine needles and dusted with a faint scent of cedar. The earth is soft underfoot, but as you walk, you begin to notice something strange, footprints lining the trail ahead of you. Some are deep, others faint, as if made at different times in different states of belief. Some stagger, some run, some pause. You kneel down beside one. It's yours, same size, same arch. You'd recognize the inward turn of your left heel anywhere. These are mine, you murmur. Jesus nods. Yes, you step forward and see more, so many. Dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands of them twisting through forest and field. Some pass through water, some vanish into mist and reappear on the other side. But I don't remember all these paths, you whisper. He smiles gently. That's because you didn't walk them all at once. Some were dreams, some were prayers with feet. Some were the journeys your soul took while your body lay still. You place your foot inside one of the prints, it fits perfectly. I thought I was standing still back then, you say quietly. You were moving in ways deeper than motion, he replies. Even tears leave footprints, even silence, even surrender. Farther ahead, you see a curious thing, a set of prints that suddenly stop mid-step, like the walker disappeared into the air. You point. What happened there? He walks beside you, kneels too. That's where you broke. Thought it was over. Thought you had nothing left to offer. You hesitate. I don't remember getting back up. He touches the ground gently. You didn't. He points next to your last footprint. Another set. Same size, same depth, but not yours. I carried you for a while, he says, voice barely above the wind. You blink back, something ancient in your eyes. But I didn't feel you whisper. That's because I matched your weight exactly, he says. So you wouldn't feel the shift, only the peace. You keep walking. Ahead, you see a moment where 3 sets of prints dance in a spiral. You smile. That's when you laughed so hard, you forgot you were sad, he says before you even ask. And another place, 2 prints on either side of a wide patch of unmoved ground. That was when you waited, and waited, and waited. And I stood there too, without moving, without rushing. You nod. The road unfolds before you now, not just as history, but as healing. These are not just memories, Jesus says. They're a map of how your soul refused to quit. You stop at a print where your toes dug in deep. That's where you said yes, he murmurs. Even though everything in you wanted to run. You breathe in. The sky overhead is bluer now. Or maybe you're just seeing it more clearly. He turns to you. You once asked where I was during the hardest moments. You nod. You remember. I was walking your pace, matching your stride. And when you stumbled, I knelt. And when you stopped, I waited. And when you doubted, I stayed. You glance back at the path behind. 1,000,000 prints. And all of them yours. Even the ones you forgot, even the ones you thought led nowhere. The forest path narrows again, curling like a ribbon drawn by breath. The lambs pad beside you in perfect quiet, their hooves making no more sound than thoughts. Jesus walks ahead now, not to lead, but to make room. You reach a grove surrounded by willows, whose branches fall like curtains, green and golden, their tips brushing the ground. At the center is a pedestal stone, moss-covered, and low enough to sit beside. Upon it rests a scroll, bound not in wax or leather, but with strands of flax twined in a simple braid. Jesus gestures toward it. Go ahead. You kneel and reach for the scroll. It is light, but when you lift it, the air thickens as if memory itself leans in. You untie the braid. The parchment unfurls easily, revealing lines of writing that glow faintly. Not gold, not silver, but some hue between mercy and moonlight. You lean closer, expecting scripture, but then you see the words and freeze. They are your thoughts, your private thoughts, the ones you never spoke aloud, the ones you barely admitted to yourself. The midnight worries, the angry prayers, the quiet what-ifs and half-formed please help me's muttered into bathroom mirrors and pillowcases. You whisper how. Jesus kneels beside you. This scroll was never about recording your mistakes. It's a love letter written by your soul through your life. You blink eyes scanning the page. You see a line from the day you gave up, another from the day you got back up and didn't tell anyone how hard it was. A phrase glows faintly. Today I felt invisible. You touch it, and suddenly you remember the moment it was written, not with a pen, but in your chest, while standing in a crowded room feeling utterly unseen. You whisper, it's all here. He nods. Everything you thought was lost in silence. Heaven caught every syllable. You turn to the next section. It's empty. What's this part? He smiles. Tomorrow. Next week. The next moment you choose to breathe through pain instead of run from it. The next laugh that comes from a place no one sees but me. You ask quietly, can I add to it? He hands you something, an ancient stylus shaped like a shepherd's crook. You already are, he says. With every act of kindness, no one applauded. Every time you forgave someone who never asked. Every time you showed up when you felt like disappearing. You touch the scroll again. One line reads, I don't know if I'm doing enough. Beneath it, a second line flickers into view. You're doing more than you know. You inhale shakily. There's even a joke scribbled faintly in the corner, as if whispered by grace itself. God saw you resist replying to that text with K. Well done. You laugh, surprised by the sound. Jesus chuckles too. The scroll doesn't judge, he says. It reveals. And it reminds. You look up. Will I get to keep this? He taps your chest again. You already do. Your soul rereads it every night while you sleep. That's why you wake up softer than you were the day before, even if you don't remember why. The scroll slowly rolls itself closed, but its glow lingers in your hands. You're being written, he says, and read and known. You don't need to tie the scroll. You place it gently on your lap, and somehow, without saying a word, it begins writing again. You rise slowly, still feeling the warmth of the scroll against your palms, even as it disappears, fading like mist in the early breath of dawn. Jesus places a hand on your shoulder, not to direct, just to be there. The lambs follow, never needing invitation. Soon you reach a ridge overlooking a narrow valley. A river glides through its center, not rushing, not babbling. It moves like velvet being pulled gently through the folds of time. No sound but the occasional soft plink of a falling leaf meeting water. He leads you down to the edge where smooth stones rim the banks like a necklace made by a child. You sit. The river is strange. You can't tell where it begins or where it ends. And it's not blue or green or brown. It's the color of memory washed clean. Jesus picks up a small pebble and hands it to you. Think of one thing you're still ashamed of, he says gently. Just one. You stare at the pebble. It's cool in your hand. Ordinary. You think of it. That moment. The one that still wakes you in the dark sometimes. Not often. Just enough. You nod slowly. Now drop it in, he whispers. You hesitate. Then you release. The pebble hits the water with no splash, no sound. It sinks, not like a stone, but like a sigh finally exhaled. Gone. No ripples. Just peace. Jesus smiles faintly. This is the river of unrecorded grace. You look up. Is that in the Bible? Not by name, he says, but it flows beneath every verse where someone failed and still found favor. David, Peter, Jonah, you stare into the river heart unsteady. I thought we were supposed to remember everything. Learn from it. He nods. Learning is not the same as dragging. You don't need to wear your old wounds as identification. They taught you what they came to teach. Now let them flow. You pick up another pebble, and another. With each one a failure, a regret, a harsh word spoken, or kindness withheld. Each drops silently, peacefully into the river. No judgment, just letting go. There's an old desert hymn, he says, from a forgotten sect of believers. They sang it with no words, only breath. Each exhale was a stone. Each inhale mercy. You try it now. A deep breath, a soft exhale, and suddenly the heaviness behind your eyes isn't sadness, it's relief. He adds, there's a reason I never asked you to carry your sin across eternity. I walked that distance for you. I crossed that stream so you wouldn't have to keep building rafts made of guilt. You laugh surprised. That sounds like a line from a really emotional worship song. He grins. I have good ghostwriters. A final pebble. This one heavier. The hardest one. You hold it longer. It's something that still feels fresh. Still raw. Not a wound, but a bruise you keep pressing to see if it still hurts. He sees it. He doesn't rush you. When you're ready, you let it fall. And as it disappears into the clear, forgetting something in you opens. Not to forget who you were, but to remember who you are becoming. The river flows on, and your hands are empty. Finally, the river fades behind you like a song you can still hum, but no longer hear. Your hands feel lighter now, empty in the best way, like a burden has quietly stepped out the back door without asking for applause. Jesus walks just ahead, and you notice that the path is darker here, not ominous, just shaded. The kind of dimness that makes the stars show up early. The air smells like candle smoke and distant rain. You turn a corner and find a small wooden structure nestled beneath an ancient fig tree. Not a house, not a temple, just a nook carved out of grace, and inside, hanging from a low beam, is a lantern. It flickers softly, not bright, but constant. You step toward it. Jesus doesn't say anything yet. He lets you look. The lantern is hand-blown, slightly crooked, with tiny imperfections in the glass that scatter light like stories. And inside, the flame dances not with heat, but with something else entirely intention. You ask who lit this. He replies with a softness that sounds older than time itself. Someone who prayed for you. You blink. Wait, like recently? He nods. And long ago, and before you were born, and maybe even before they were. You step closer. The flame bends toward you, recognizes you. Jesus adds, every true prayer leaves light behind. even if the one who prayed it forgot, even if they never saw it answered. You look at the lantern again. There's something written along the rim, etched so faintly you almost miss it. A name, not yours, but one you know. Your grandmother, or maybe your friend, or maybe someone whose name you only saw once on a church bulletin, but whose whispered blessing followed you farther than you ever knew. She lit this, you ask. He smiles, not alone. Prayer is never solo work, it's a choir. And some prayers link hands across centuries. You pause, eyes stinging. But what did she pray for? Jesus steps beside you, that you would find peace, that you would know you're loved, that when the path dimmed, a light would wait for you. This light. You stare at it. It flickers again gently like a heartbeat that never gave up. There's a belief, he continues, that lanterns like this one line the inner roads of heaven. And when a soul draws near to breaking, one of them flares a little brighter. You whisper, how many lanterns are there? He chuckles softly. Enough to light the entire night. You reach out and cup the glass. Warm, not burning. Not holy in the stained glass sense, but sacred in the way that a child's name written on a lunchbox is sacred. He places a hand over yours. Prayer doesn't need to be eloquent to be eternal, he says. Some of the longest lasting ones were just one-worded, help. Please. Them. You close your eyes and breathe. The lantern flares once, then settles. Not off, just steady, as if to say, I'm not done yet, and neither are you. You turn to Jesus. Can I light one someday? He nods. You already have. The path ahead glows faintly now, from lights you haven't seen yet, from love you haven't even met. You step away from the lantern, its glow still tucked into your chest, like a note slipped secretly into your coat pocket. Jesus walks beside you now, not leading, not following, just with. The lambs trail behind, content, as if they've already read the ending and know it's good. Ahead, a low wall appears, half covered in ivy, circling a small open-air amphitheater built into the earth. It feels ancient, not ruined, but resting, like it once held crowds, then memories, and now, just you. Jesus walks down into the center. You sit along the curved stone, the only listener. Once he begins, there was a traveler. His voice takes on the rhythm of story, not lecture, not sermon, just sacred rhythm. This traveler was born carrying a small seed, not much to look at. They were told to guard it, though no one quite explained why. Life went on. Storms came. The seed was dropped, stepped on, forgotten. You lean in. Jesus continues. Years passed. The traveler grew tired. They wandered far through lands that promised healing, but gave only distraction. Through valleys that echoed but never answered. And still, somehow, the seed remained. Cracked maybe. Dirty, but present. He looks up at you now. You know this story, don't you? You nod slowly. Most do, he says. They just forget they're the traveler. You feel a shift inside. I thought this was about someone else, you whisper. He smiles. That's the nature of holy stories. They wait for you to recognize yourself. He kneels and draws a shape in the dust round like a seed. But here's what most forget. He says the seed wasn't just something to plant. It was something to become. You tilt your head. How? He stands. By breaking open. He pauses. Some growth requires shattering. You inhale slowly. And what if I'm still breaking, you ask? Then you're still becoming, he answers. He gestures around the amphitheater. You've heard many parables: the Good Shepherd, the lost coin, the prodigal son. But here tonight is the parable of you. You glance down at the etched seed in the dirt. Something about it pulses. Familiar. Like it's been part of your shadow your whole life. You mean I've always been a story, you ask? He grins. A beloved one. Still being told. Still unfolding. He reaches into his robe and removes a tiny scroll no longer than your palm and hands it to you. What is this, you ask? He replies, a parable only heaven has read. You unroll it slowly. There are no words. Just a fingerprint, yours, etched in light, and beneath it faint as breath still in progress. You close it gently, heart trembling. Jesus takes a seat beside you now, not as storyteller, but as witness. You're not the one who got left out of the story, he says. You're the one it's always been quietly pointing toward. The lambs circle below, and the amphitheater, though silent, feels suddenly full. As if angels have leaned in from heaven's balcony to hear your story find its voice. And for the first time, you don't feel like a listener. You feel known. You leave the quiet amphitheater with the scroll still warm in your hand, tucked close like something sacred. And small, a parable that has not finished unfolding. The path turns narrow again, hedged with tall grass and trees bent low like elders praying. Ahead, a door stands in the middle of nothing. No walls, no building, just a door. Freestanding, wooden, ancient, worn down by time and weather. You step closer and realize it has no handle, no latch, no hinges visible, just a door, waiting. Jesus approaches it beside you, quiet now. His eyes study it not like an obstacle, but like an old friend. You ask what's behind it. He replies, everything you thought you had to earn. You look again. But how do I open it? He nods toward your chest. With what you carry. Not in your hands, in your willingness. You step forward, hesitant. This feels like more than metaphor. You press your palm against the grain. It's warm, throbbing faintly like a heartbeat on the other side. I don't feel ready, you admit. He shrugs gently. The door doesn't wait for perfection. It waits for permission. You pause. You remember the river, the scroll, the sheep, the bread, the flame. You remember being tired. You remember letting go. You remember being loved without having to try. So you exhale and lean. The door swings open, not with force, not with creak, but with ease, as if it always wanted to open, as if it only needed you to say yes. On the other side, you don't see golden light or heavenly choirs. You see a room, your room, but different, tidier than you left it, lit with soft light like sunset remembered. On your bed, a folded blanket you lost years ago. On the desk, a journal you never finished writing in. A mug, still warm. And there on the wall, a painting you've never seen, but recognize immediately. It's you, sitting by the fire with Jesus, from the beginning of this journey. Only now, you see more. There are faces in the background, those who've prayed for you, loved you, waited for you to come home to yourself. Jesus steps in beside you. This is your becoming. You turn, but I thought this was a dream. He smiles. It still is. And yet, he touches the painting gently. You are closer to waking than ever before. You sit on the edge of the bed. The lamb curls at your feet, as always. The other rests by the door. Jesus walks to the window. The stars outside are brighter now. Watching. Some doors don't need to be forced, he says. Only remembered. You glance again at the doorway behind you. Still no handle, still no latch. Only love, only trust. And in the air a faint scent like myrrh and cinnamon, and something entirely your own. You realize you've never been locked out of anything. You've only been invited again and again. To open, you sit quietly on the bed, now taking in the room that somehow belongs to both heaven and memory. The walls carry no decorations, yet feel complete, like they were painted in prayers instead of paint. The air is still, but not stale. Expectant somehow. Soft, Jesus kneels beside the bed and gently lifts a folded blanket. He places it in your lap without a word, as if it already knows what to do. It's heavier than it looks, and warmer than it should be. You unfold it carefully, and what you see takes your breath. It's patchwork, not random, not messy, but deliberate. Each square is a memory, not a snapshot, but a moment. One patch is the color of a stormy sky the day you cried in your car and whispered, "I can't do this." Another shimmers with sunlight, your first breath, after deciding to keep going. There's one stitched in dull brown the month you felt numb, but showed up anyway. One glows faintly with the hue of an old friend's laughter, the day they called you, just when you needed to remember joy existed. You run your fingers across a faded red patch. Jesus nods. That was the night you let yourself feel the full weight of grief, and didn't apologize for it. You blink back something warm in your eyes. "This is all me." He nods. Every square a day you didn't quit. You pause. "I thought miracles were supposed to be big." He smiles. "Survival is sacred." Every time you chose breath over silence, softness over bitterness, hope over collapse. Those were your resurrections. You clutch the blanket to your chest. It smells like old paper and rain, and something like the arms of someone who saw you crying and didn't ask you to stop. There's a legend, he says quietly, among the hidden saints, that every soul is wrapped in their own story when they finally sleep their last. And God doesn't ask for your theology first. He asks if you remembered your thread. You whisper, "Is this enough?" He leans forward. "It's more than enough." He points to a corner of the blanket stitched with stars. That one was sewn the night you prayed for someone else, when your own heart was breaking. You brush the threads there. They hum under your hand as if alive. Jesus rises and gently tucks the blanket around your shoulders. It molds to your shape, not hiding you, but honoring you. Every piece, he says, was kept, even the ones you wanted to throw away. You ask, "What about the ones I lost?" He nods toward the window. They're still being woven. Some by you, some by the ones you love, some by grace itself. The lambs settle on either side of your feet, curling close. The blanket radiates comfort, not just warmth, but witness. You're not just covered, you're seen. And finally, you believe it. Even the quietest survival was not ignored. Even the smallest square of your life was worthy of being sewn. The blanket cradles you like something alive, like it's memorized your shape through seasons of aching and arrival. Jesus sits across from you now, not as a teacher, but like someone about to remind you of something you forgot, only because life got loud. Beside the bed, resting against the wall, is a mirror. Simple, no frame, no ornament, just glass. And you already know something is different. You rise slowly, the blanket still around your shoulders, and step toward it. The lambs remain still, as if they've been here for this moment before. You look in the mirror, but it's not what you expect. The reflection doesn't show your face as it is now. It shows you laughing eyes, crinkled wind in your hair. Hands open, lighter, whole. You reach up to touch your own cheek, not in the mirror, but here, and realize you're crying. "This isn't how I feel," you say softly. Jesus rises beside you. "It's how heaven sees you." You glance at him. "But I'm not always joyful. I've made mistakes. I still get scared." He nods. "The mirror doesn't ignore those. It includes them, but it doesn't let them become your name." You look again. Now the image changes. It's you holding someone. You don't know who they are, but you're comforting them, protecting them. Your arms strong, your eyes soft. You didn't know you were capable of that kind of love. "This moment hasn't happened yet," he says, "but it will. And when it does, you'll wonder where the strength came from." The mirror flickers again. This time it's you as a child, alone, but not afraid. There's a presence behind you, watching, guarding, invisible in the moment, visible now. You whisper, "I thought no one was there." Jesus says you were never truly alone. Heaven just moved in ways slower than your fear. You nod slowly. The image shifts one last time. You see yourself sleeping, not tossing, not tangled, peaceful, like someone who finally stopped running from their own worth. "This is who you are becoming," Jesus says, "and who you already are beneath the dust." You ask, "Why don't we see ourselves like this all the time?" He answers, "Because Earth gives you mirrors that distort. They reflect only your worst angles, your tiredness, your fear. But Heaven's mirror sees through. You step back. The image remains. Your soul steady, kind, true, and deeply, deeply loved. There's an old saying whispered in a hidden monastery, high in the misted mountains. To see oneself clearly is to frighten the darkness. To love what you see is to become light. You exhale and the mirror doesn't fade. It welcomes. Jesus lays a hand on your shoulder. "You don't need to live in this mirror," he says. "You just need to remember it exists." You close your eyes, and suddenly, for the first time in a long while, you believe the reflection, not as wishful thinking, but as recognition. The mirror slowly dims, not disappearing, just folding gently into the moment, as if to say, "You've seen enough for now." You turn from it, the blanket still wrapped around your shoulders, like a whispered, "You're okay." The room is quiet again, but not empty. Jesus walks with you toward a small window, where the sky has turned a deeper shade of velvet. Stars emerge like timid thoughts, finally brave enough to speak. The lambs curl at the foot of the bed. One yawns softly, bleeding. You smile without thinking. Your body starts to understand rest is not abandonment. It's return. Jesus takes a seat on the floor, near the window, cross-legged like a friend who's come over not to teach or fix, but simply to be. "You've fought sleep for a long time," he says. You nod slowly. "Sometimes it feels like I need to stay alert, like if I don't hold everything together, something might break." He tilts his head. "But you were never made to carry the night alone." You sit beside him. The stars thicken above. One of them flickers like it knows your name. "There was a night," he begins. "You were so tired you couldn't pray. You just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding, breathing shallow. You thought heaven must be asleep." You glance at him. "I remember. I didn't sleep that night," he says. You furrow your brow. "I waited." He continues quietly, just outside your fear. "I watched over your heartbeat. I traced the rhythm of your breath with my own. I whispered peace you couldn't hear." Your throat tightens. "Why didn't you wake me?" He smiles. Because you didn't need to be woken. You needed to be held. He looks up at the stars. There's an old tradition, he says. Among the watchers of the threshold, the angels who linger between night and day. They believe every soul needs one night where heaven simply waits. Waits for the moment you let go. Waits until your spirit says, "It's okay to rest now." You lean back against the wall. Your body begins to slow, not just physically, spiritually, like a wave easing into sand. There's no test tomorrow, he says softly. No judgment in the morning, just mercy. And a God who still chooses you even while you sleep. You ask, "What if I wake up afraid again?" He chuckles gently. Then we do this all over again. And again, as many nights as it takes. The stars outside shift slightly, like a door creaking open to welcome peace. You lie down now, not because you're weak, but because you're safe. And as your eyes begin to close, you hear it. A sound so soft it could only be sacred. Heaven breathing with you. Just waiting, just staying, just loving. The room around you grows quieter, as if even time has decided to sit down and rest its weary feet. You lie there, eyes fluttering, almost asleep, almost. But then Jesus speaks, not loudly, just enough to keep your soul awake for one more moment. There's something else, he says. Before you drift too far, you sit up slowly, the blanket slipping from your shoulder, the lamb still nestled beside your legs, like night's gentle guardians. He reaches into a pocket in his robe, not a physical pocket, but something deeper. A fold in reality. A memory stored on the inside of eternity. He pulls out a vial, small, translucent, glowing faintly with a light that isn't light. You stare at it. Inside, liquid shimmers, not water, not oil, something in between. It moves like music, like grief that's finally learned how to dance. Jesus holds it up. These are yours. You blink. What? He nods. Your tears. You shake your head gently. But I thought they were gone. Forgotten. He smiles, solemn and tender. Not one fell without notice. You look closer, and suddenly you see them, each tear remembered, not for its pain, but for its purpose. One from a night you begged for clarity and got silence instead. One from a goodbye you didn't want to say. Another from a moment of laughter so sharp it broke into weeping. And another tiny barely there from a day you looked in the mirror and couldn't find yourself. They're kept, he says softly, not because heaven needs proof of your struggle, but because you need proof that your sorrow was seen. You ask, why keep them at all? There's a room, he says, hidden between here and glory, where angels keep these vials. Each soul has one. Some have hundreds. Some have only a few. But all are watched over, tended, blessed. You whisper, what for? Jesus looks at you. To be poured back into joy. You blink. He explains. There's a law in heaven, old as the stars. What you weep, you water. Every tear, everyone seeps into the roots of something you can't see yet. And when the time is right, it blooms. Sometimes here, sometimes there. You ask there. He nods upward. You realize he means heaven. The trees here don't need rain. They've been watered by you. You laugh softly. I've been gardening all this time without even knowing it. He chuckles. Most prophets do. You glance at the vial again. It's so small and yet it holds lifetimes. He places it gently on the bedside table. You won't need to carry it anymore, he says. But you should know it's treasured. You lie back down this time without hesitation. The lambs adjust with sleepy bleats. Jesus sits beside the bed, watching not like a guardian, like someone who loves you enough to remember the moments you try to forget. And just as your eyes begin to slip shut, he whispers, "Sleep, little gardener. The roots remember everything." You lie still now, nestled into the folds of the blanket, sewn from your survival, with the lambs curled close and your tears honored in a vial that glows faintly beside you. Everything around you seems to have quieted, everything except the wind. It starts as a soft exhale through the cracks of eternity, barely there. Then it grows not louder but more known, like something you once heard as a child but forgot how to recognize. The wind weaves through the trees outside the window, bending branches just enough to whisper something into the hush. Your name, not shouted, not spoken in syllables, but carried like a scent, like a memory, like belonging. You open your eyes. Jesus is still beside you. He hears it too. He smiles. That's not just wind, that's invitation. You sit up slightly. From who? He tilts his head toward the open window. From the one who first breathed you into being. You stare into the night. The stars glimmer more clearly now, and the wind curls through them like a gentle ribbon, brushing across your skin without moving a single thread of the blanket. It doesn't need to touch your body. It remembers your soul. There's an old belief, he says softly, that the wind speaks the name of every soul once every day. Most just don't know how to hear it anymore. You ask, why does it matter? He leans closer. Because when the wind calls your name, it reminds you that you are still wanted, not tolerated, not barely loved. Wanted. You close your eyes and listen. This time it's unmistakable. A note in the breeze that wraps around the syllables of who you are, not the name on your documents, but the one heaven has used for you since before your first cry. It sounds like hope stitched with flame, mercy with a heartbeat, a garden growing in secret. You whisper, "It feels like I belong somewhere." Jesus answers, "You do. You always have." Even in the seasons when you wandered, your name never left the wind. You ask, can others hear their names too? He nods. If they slow down long enough, if they trust they are still being spoken to. You lean back again, eyes wide to the starlight. "I don't want to forget this," you murmur. "The wind won't let you," he says. "It will come again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next, until you believe the name it calls is really yours." A gust enters the room, not cold, not sudden, just full. It fills your lungs. It swirls beneath your ribs. It dances in the space between thoughts. And for a moment, you are not heavy. You are held. The wind brushes over Jesus's robe and into the folds of your blanket. And this time, when it whispers your name again, it sounds exactly like love remembering where it left you. You lie back, heart softened by the wind's quiet calling. Everything feels a little less tangled now. But as the hush settles over the room again, a question rises, not sharp, not fearful, just present. You ask Jesus almost timidly, "What about the storms I didn't make it through so gracefully?" He turns toward you, not startled by the question, as if he knew it was coming, as if it belongs here. "There were storms," he says softly, "that tried to unmake you." You nod slowly. "Some of them almost did." He stands and walks to a small chest in the corner. It wasn't there before. Or maybe it was hidden like a secret waiting to be invited. He opens it gently, as if not to wake something sleeping inside. Out of it, he pulls a garment. It's a cloak, gray and heavy looking, worn around the edges. When he brings it closer, you realize it's made not from cloth, but from layered moments. Each panel is a memory of a storm. That night you wept against the steering wheel, lightning flashing across your windshield. That day you sat in a bathroom, knees drawn to chest, because nowhere else felt safe. The time you smiled through dinner, but cried in the parking lot. And another smaller, but just as real, when you almost told the truth and didn't. Jesus places the cloak in your lap. It's warm, faintly damp around the edges, like it remembers the rain it once shielded you from. This, he says, was woven by heaven's mercy. Each time you thought you were standing alone in the storm, I was covering you. You look up surprised, but I thought I was exposed. I felt exposed. He nods. Because the covering didn't always protect your plans, it protected your soul. You run your hand over the threads. They shimmer faintly like wet stones catching dawn. There's a passage, he says, in an ancient scroll few have seen. It reads, "And the Lord made his children invisible to the eye of calamity, though they stood in the open field." You breathe in, invisible, but not abandoned. "I didn't even know I was being hidden," you whisper. He kneels beside you. Most don't. Mercy doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it just holds its breath and wraps around you like mist. You shake your head amazed. "I blamed you for letting me get hurt." He places a hand over yours, and yet you survived. You glance back at the cloak. "What do I do with it now?" He folds it gently and lays it at the foot of your bed. "Keep it, not as armor, but as remembrance. So the next time you walk into a storm, you'll know you're not walking alone." The lambs curl closer. A thunderhead rumbles faintly in the far distance, more memory than forecast. You rest your head on the pillow, not because storms won't come again, but because you now know there are shelters that move with you. And sometimes mercy looks like invisibility. The storm memory passes like a breeze through an open window, acknowledged, honored, and let go. You lie back again, but not as the same person who walked into this dream. Something has been slowly rebuilding inside you, one thread of grace at a time. Jesus sits at your side, quiet now. The silence between you isn't awkward, it's sacred. He looks at you with the kind of gaze that doesn't ask questions. It simply says, "I see you." You ask quietly, "How do you do that?" "Do what?" he replies, amused. "That smile. The one that makes me feel like I'm okay, even when I'm not." He grins a little wider. "It's not magic." You raise an eyebrow. "It kind of feels like magic." He leans forward, elbows on his knees. "It's remembering. I remember you at your truest, not just your tiredest." You stare at him. "What if I don't even know what my truest self looks like?" He shrugs. "That's all right. My smile does." You blink. Something warm rises behind your ribs. Not tears, not quite laughter. Just the recognition of being known without effort. "There was a moment," he says, "not long ago when you smiled at someone else, even though your own heart was weary. Do you remember?" You nod faintly. "I think so." That smile, he says, rebuilt something in them. He tilts his head, and heaven returned the favor. You pause. "Wait, you mean?" He nods. "This smile I'm wearing, it's made of pieces of yours." You laugh softly. "That sounds like divine recycling." He laughs too, more like divine echo. Every act of kindness creates a mirror somewhere. Every smile a ripple. You turn toward him. "I've spent so many years trying to earn your approval, but you keep smiling at me like I already have it." He nods. "Because you do." You sit up a little. The blanket shifts, the lambs adjust. He adds, "There's a saying whispered among the angels who tend to broken hearts. Joy doesn't return through fireworks. It returns through the quiet reappearance of a smile you thought you lost." You rest your head in your hand. "I think I forgot how to smile for myself." Jesus shrugs gently. "That's why I've been doing it for you." You exhale a laugh. It's small, barely more than a breath, but it's real. It doesn't hide anything. It simply exists. And the air in the room changes, not because of noise, but because something ancient just healed a little more. You ask, "Will, you keep smiling at me even when I forget who I am again?" He answers without hesitation. "Always. My smile doesn't depend on your performance. It's anchored in your worth." You close your eyes, not because you're escaping, but because your spirit is finally safe enough to rest inside a smile. You begin to drift now, not in a rush, not with reluctance, just gently. The way a leaf lets go of the branch, not because it's tired, but because it trusts the fall. Jesus rises from the edge of the bed and lifts a corner of the blanket, tucking it around you, as if sealing in all the goodness you've remembered tonight. Before you rest, he says, "There's something I want to show you." You're not sure if you're dreaming or floating or walking in the quiet between dimensions, but you're with him, and it's enough. You follow him through a small archway that wasn't there a moment ago. On the other side, the air changes. Smells like basil and honeysuckle, like warm soil and wind-dried linen, like peace that's been growing in secret. You step into a garden, not a metaphor. A garden. It stretches farther than the eye can see, yet feels entirely personal. Trees heavy with fruit, vines blooming with flowers you've never seen but somehow recognize. This, Jesus says softly, is the place where all your waiting, weeping, and wondering have taken root. You walk slowly past a patch of lilies. There's a plaque beside them, grown from the day you forgave without an apology. You kneel beside a wild fig tree. Its fruit is plump and sweet. Jesus touches the bark, watered by the patience you offered when no one saw. Further on, a small bed of wildflowers, chaotic and colorful, blooming with joy. These, he says, came from every laugh you let yourself have, even when sadness lingered. You turn in wonder. "I didn't know I was planting anything." He smiles. That's the beauty of the Spirit. It plants even when the hand is trembling. You pass a patch of dark soil. Nothing seems to be growing there. You pause. What about this part? Jesus crouches beside it. This ground is resting. Some seeds sleep longer. That doesn't mean they're dead. You watch, and just as he finishes speaking, the tiniest green shoot peeks through the earth, timid but determined. You whisper, "I thought I'd lost that part of me." He shakes his head. Nothing truly sown in love is ever wasted. The garden is not orderly. It is alive. It breathes. It sings without sound. There are trees from childhood dreams, flowers from old prayers, even vines growing from the places you thought you had failed. You turn to Jesus. "Will this keep growing?" He nods. "Even while you sleep." There's an old truth, he says, told among heaven's gardeners. The soul's roots grow deepest in the night. You rest. The garden does not. You look back at the archway. The lambs are waiting there as if they too are part of the soil. Jesus extends his hand. You take it, and as you begin to walk back toward the soft hush of your resting place, he says quietly, "When you wake, you'll carry the scent of this place. Others will notice. They won't know why, but they'll feel something blooming in you." You glance once more over your shoulder. The garden waves gently in the night breeze, as if saying, "Come back anytime. We're still growing." And you believe it. The return from the garden is gentle, like gliding not backward, not away, but inward. You settle again beneath your survival-woven blanket, the lambs pressed like bookends to either side, and the vial of remembered tears glinting faintly in the soft hush of the room. Jesus sits beside you once more, not saying anything yet. The silence now is not empty, it's full. Then, as if on cue, something small floats down through the window, slowly twirling. You follow its descent with your eyes until it lands weightless near your outstretched hand. A feather, pale white, iridescent at the tips. It shimmers faintly, not like gold or silver, but like starlight seen through tears. Jesus smiles. Do you know what that is? You shake your head. I think I do, but I'm afraid to say it. Say it anyway. You whisper an angel. He nods. A trace of one, yes. A signature. You study the feather. But I didn't see anyone. He leans back, looking out the window. You weren't meant to. Some guardians pass by only when the soul is nearly asleep. It's the hour between vigilance and trust, the hour when belief becomes rest. You hold the feather lightly between two fingers. It's not cold. It's not even solid, really. It's presence. He continues. This one. It came from the angel who watched over you during your very first heartbreak. The one who stood between you and bitterness. You blink. I didn't even know I was protected. That's the idea, he says gently. Some protection only works if you don't know it's happening. Because it's not about control, it's about care. You lay the feather down on your chest. It feels like forgiveness. There's an old belief, Jesus says, passed down by desert mystics, that every time an angel intervenes on behalf of a weary soul, a feather falls not to remind the angel, but to remind the soul. You ask quietly, "Why do I get one tonight?" He tilts his head. Because this is the night your heart decided to stop outrunning its own healing. You swallow. Is it always this quiet when angels are near? He chuckles. No. Some angels laugh like wind chimes. Some sing while watching stars. But the ones that guard rest, they move like lullabies you forgot you knew. You look back at the feather. It hasn't moved yet. It glows slightly warmer than before. You won't remember this part, he adds. Not fully. Just enough. Like the last line of a dream before waking. You let your eyes close a little more. The room tilts towards stillness, and Jesus whispers, "Even now, someone somewhere is being protected by a feather that hasn't fallen yet." You whisper, "Tell them thank you." He smiles. "I will." And just before sleep tugs you under completely, you hear the faintest flutter, like wings folding, like a page turning in a holy book, like love keeping watch. The room breathes with you now. Soft, slow, sacred. You lie cocooned in stillness, the feather resting over your heart, the lamb sleeping like punctuation at the end of a long healing sentence. Jesus stands and crosses to a small table you hadn't noticed before. On it, a simple linen cloth. Beneath it, something waiting. He lifts the cloth with gentle hands, like one unveiling not just a meal, but a memory. Bread, fresh, not steaming hot, but still warm, as if it had just been made, as if someone knew you were coming. You sit up slowly. The scent is unmistakable olive oil, a hint of honey, the tang of ancient wheat. He breaks a piece and hands it to you. You take it without hesitation. You taste, and you remember. Not a specific moment, not a day, but the feeling of being carried. You chew slowly. This is... He smiles. Mercy. You blink. I thought mercy was something abstract. He shakes his head gently. Mercy is practical, nourishing. It shows up when you're too tired to ask for it. You take another bite. The bread is dense but soft, filling but light. It tastes like stories told through tears, like hugs that lasted longer than expected, like canceled appointments that gave you breathing space, like a text message that arrived just before the breakdown. It's sweet, you say, because you made it through. You pause. I don't remember baking this. Jesus replies, you didn't. I did. Every time you chose forgiveness over retaliation, rest over hustle, grace over guilt, I kneaded that moment into this loaf. You glance down. The remaining bread glows slightly at the edges. Not magic, not dramatic. Just enough to say, you were never forgotten. There's an old tradition, he says, among those who gather the first fruits of morning prayers. They believe mercy baked yesterday feeds the soul today. You eat the last bite. It settles deep like strength returning from somewhere old. You exhale. I didn't know I was starving. He answers, that's why I serve this quietly, without performance. Mercy doesn't need applause. It only needs receiving. He wraps the rest in the linen and places it in a small pouch at your bedside. For tomorrow, he says, and the tomorrow after that. You whisper, how long will it last? He smiles, as long as you need it. And then longer. The lamb at your feet stretches and sighs. You lie back again full, not stuffed, not burdened. Satisfied, Jesus tucks the pouch beside your pillow, and you drift off with the taste of something holy lingering on your tongue. Not earned, but offered, warm, still. Somewhere in the distance you hear ticking, not sharp, not urgent. More like the steady drip of time when no one's watching. A clock, perhaps, but not one that counts down, one that simply waits. Jesus stands again, and this time he gestures toward a shelf high on the wall. It holds only one object, a small wooden timepiece, no larger than your hand. No numbers, no hands, just a face made of burnished olive wood and a pendulum swinging slow as a lullaby. He brings it to your bedside and places it on the table beside the vial of tears and the linen pouch of bread. You stare at it. It doesn't keep time, you murmur. He nods. Not your time anyway. It keeps grace time. You laugh softly. Is that a real thing? Very real, he says. There's a rhythm to heaven, but it doesn't tick in seconds or hours. It breathes in seasons, in softness, in enough. You study the gentle swing of the pendulum. Left, right, not rushed, not delayed, just present. I've wasted so much time, you whisper, surprised by your own confession. Jesus doesn't flinch. Time can't be wasted if it shaped you. You look up wary. Even the years I drifted, the seasons I numbed myself just to get through. He nods. Those years taught you how to return. And returning is one of the holiest verbs in all creation. You glance at the clock again. It's not silent, but its sound is more like a heartbeat than a tick. Why doesn't it have numbers, you ask? Because you're not behind, he replies. The words land like rain on dry soil. You blink, tears suddenly welling again, but not the old kind. These are quieter, grateful. There's an old phrase Jesus says, spoken among the keepers of divine memory. Time bends for love. You nod slowly. I always feel like I'm late to everything. Like I should have healed faster, trusted more, grown quicker. He gently touches the side of the clock. It stops swinging, then resumes. Growth isn't a race, it's a reunion. You breathe out, but I'm still learning. Exactly. He smiles, which means you're right on time. You close your eyes, listening to the pendulum. It doesn't hurry you. It doesn't scold you. It just keeps swinging, like it knows something you're only beginning to understand. Rest doesn't make you fall behind. It brings you back into alignment with everything that was never rushing you in the first place. Jesus sets the clock back on the table. It ticks once, just loud enough to say, you're allowed to take your time. You stir lightly beneath the weight of sleep, wrapped in warmth and mercy. But before you drift too far, Jesus touches your foot, not to startle, but to remind. Gently, he lifts the edge of the blanket, and there they are. Shoes, not fancy, not gleaming, worn, scuffed, dusted with miles of memories. You blink at them. Were those always there? He nods. You walked in wearing them. Didn't even notice. You sit up slightly and lean over. They're familiar, but not like something you own. More like something you've become. Soft leather stretched by long journeys. Soles smoothed by wandering. Stitching faintly unraveled in places patched here and there with what looks suspiciously like hope. Jesus runs a finger along the toe of one. These are pilgrim shoes, he says. They don't belong to tourists. They belong to the willing. You furrow your brow. But I didn't choose to wander. Life just happened. He smiles. Willingness isn't about having a map. It's about not giving up when the path vanishes. You glance down again. One of the laces is tied with a knot that looks like it was made in a hurry and held ever since. You ask, why did I never notice them? Because when pain is loud, courage goes quiet, he says. But that doesn't mean it's not there. He lifts one shoe gently. On the sole is something written. You hadn't seen it before. 3 words, still going forward. You swallow. Jesus continues. There's an old saying passed between travelers of sacred paths. The feet remember what the mind forgets. You've been braver than you realize. You whisper. Even when I felt like quitting, he nods, especially then. He taps the other sole. A tiny symbol is carved there, barely visible. A fish nested within a circle surrounded by stars. You don't know what it means, but your soul does. He leans in and says, these shoes were given when you first said yes to wonder. You've outgrown the fear that first put them on, but not the promise. You close your eyes. You can feel the miles in your bones, now not as exhaustion, but as testimony. Will I need them again, you ask? He smiles. Every day you wake up. But don't worry, heaven re-souls what the road wears down. You chuckle sleepily. Even the holes, especially the holes, he replies. That's where the light gets in. That's where the grace leaks out. He gently tucks the blanket back over your feet. And the shoes, they stay, not removed, just resting with you. Because even pilgrims need pauses. And the journey, your journey, is not defined by motion. It's defined by presence. And you are already so much farther along than you think. The hush deepens. Your body barely stirs beneath the blanket now, still, but not stiff. Softened. As if peace has finally been granted, full access to the corners of you that used to hide from it. Jesus leans toward a drawer beneath the small table. He opens it carefully, slowly, as if unsealing something sacred. From inside, he pulls a folded piece of parchment. No envelope, no wax seal, just well-worn edges and creases softened by time. He places it in your hands. You feel it before you see it, like recognition through skin. What is this, you whisper? He doesn't answer immediately. He waits. You unfold the letter and find nothing. No words, no ink, just an empty sheet. You look up puzzled. It's blank, you say. No, he replies softly. It's full. You blink again. I don't understand. He taps the parchment gently. This is the letter you wrote across years. Not with pen, but with endurance, with laughter, with small acts of kindness when no one noticed. With every time you chose softness in a world that asked for sharpness. You study the page. Faintly, now faintly, you begin to see, not letters, not sentences, but moments. The time you helped someone while your own hands were shaking. The night you prayed for someone you didn't even like and meant it. The afternoon you cried behind your sunglasses in the park, but stayed until the sun dipped low because you just needed light. They all came here, he says. They didn't disappear. They assembled. You ask as a letter to who? He smiles. To me. You stare at the sheet again. Slowly shapes begin to emerge. Not readable, but unmistakable. A soul print. A map made of tenderness and tenacity. You ask, do you read it? I treasure it, he says. There's a belief, he adds, among the scribes of the Spirit, that every soul composes an invisible testament, a story written not in words, but in witness. The page isn't finished at death. It's read in eternity. Your voice trembles. But I didn't know I was writing. He places a hand over yours. Your life is the ink. You fold the letter gently and hold it to your chest. It doesn't feel fragile. It feels eternal. I thought you only remembered the good parts, you say. I remember all of it, he answers. And I redeem what you can't. You nod slowly. So, I don't have to be eloquent. He laughs softly. Beloved, you are eloquence. The lambs shift near your feet, their quiet breaths syncing with yours. You slide the folded parchment beneath your pillow, and for the first time in a long while, you stop trying to be understood, because you already are. The room glows softly now, not from candlelight, not from stars, but from something even gentler, the warmth of a flame that never needed to be lit. You notice it just beyond your line of sight, a small hearth in the corner. You don't remember it being there before, but it doesn't feel new. It feels ancient, like it's been burning since long before you arrived. You turn your head toward it. No smoke, no crackle, just a steady, quiet flame flickering within a circle of stone. Jesus walks toward it. He doesn't add kindling, doesn't stir it. He simply sits beside it, cross-legged, like he's done this 1,000 nights before. This fire, he says, has burned for you since the moment your name was spoken into existence. You sit up slightly, eyes heavy, but heart wide awake. But I never built it, he nods. Because it isn't sustained by effort. It's sustained by love. You stare at the flame. It doesn't dance wildly. It doesn't shout for attention. It simply remains. Constant. I thought I had to earn warmth, you whisper. He looks at you gently. No, you just had to stop running from it. You exhale the breath, catching slightly. This fire, he continues, burns with all the moments you forgot were holy. He holds out his hand. In it, a small coal glows faintly. See this one, he says. This is from the day you helped a stranger without expecting anything in return. Another flickers nearby. And that one when you let yourself cry and didn't call it weakness. You ask, so this fire is made of me? No, he smiles. It's made of grace remembering you. You pause. Will it ever go out? He shakes his head. not even once. There are embers in heaven, still glowing from people long forgotten on earth. You're never erased from the flame. There's an old tale, he adds, spoken among the night watchers' angels who keep vigil for wandering hearts. When the soul forgets its light, the fire waits by the door, refusing to die. You watch it now. The warmth reaches you, but not like heat, more like invitation, a sense that you belong in this room, that you've always had a place by this fire. I've tried to light my own fires, you confess. He nods. And I honored those. But this one burns without demand. You lie back again, face tilted toward the flickering warmth. No more striving, no more fuel to gather. Only this, a fire that never asked you to prove your worth, only to come close. And finally you do. The fire's glow lingers, casting soft amber light across the floor like a spilled blessing. You lie still now, not because you're weary, but because your spirit finally feels listened to. Then barely audible, you hear it. Music, but not from an instrument, not from a speaker, not from outside. It's coming from you. A hum, faint and wavering, rising from your chest like mist from a quiet pond. You pause, confused. Am I singing? Jesus doesn't answer at first. He just smiles. Then he nods. You've been humming this song since the first time you ever chose hope over despair. You blink. But I don't know this song. You don't remember knowing it, he corrects gently. Your soul knows. The sound is simple. No lyrics. No rhythm you can name. Just a low, warm thread of melody that seems to have always existed somewhere in the background of your being. He continues. This is your spirit's native language. It comes through sighs, through quiet courage, through the way you keep showing up, even on days your voice doesn't. You close your eyes and listen harder, and now you hear layers. Soft laughter from when you were 7, running barefoot through summer grass. A sharp intake of breath the first time your heart broke, followed by the quiet breath you didn't know you still had in you. Even the thump of your feet on a midnight walk thinking you were alone. All of it woven into melody. Is it always playing, you ask? He nods. Always. But the noise of the world drowns it out. Fear rewrites its lyrics. Guilt turns down the volume. You whisper, but it never stopped. Never, he says, not once. You turn your head toward him. Why does it feel so familiar? He shrugs gently. Because you were created in harmony. A pause. Then he adds, there's an old belief among heaven's choir masters. Every soul is born humming. The angels simply harmonize until we remember the tune. You smile through misty eyes. Even if I go tone deaf. He laughs, especially then. He reaches into his robe and pulls out something that looks like a tuning fork, but it's made of light, not metal. He strikes it against the air. Your hum sharpens, clarifies, deepens. Now it sounds like rivers flowing over ancient stones, like wind moving through pine trees, like a lullaby someone once sang to the stars. You don't try to hold it, you just let it come. You don't have to make it louder, Jesus says. You just have to let it be. You nod. The song lingers, and something inside you realigns, not because you tried to sing, but because you remembered you already were. And maybe that's the truest act of worship. Not noise, but resonance. Not perfection, just presence. The fire hums. Your soul hymn fades gently into silence, not because it ended, but because it was received. The air is thick with peace now, like warm honey poured over everything restless inside you. And then something shifts in the blanket wrapped around you. You hadn't noticed how heavy it was before, not weighty in burden, but in meaning. Jesus moves beside you, gently lifting a corner. You see it differently now. The fabric shimmers in places, not with glitter, but with memory. Threads of deep navy amber, gold, olive green, some frayed, some stitched back together in mismatched ways that only make it more beautiful. What is this, you ask softly? He runs his hand over the weave. It's your story. You blink. Your entire story, he clarifies. Woven not just from what happened, but from how you kept going. You stare down. Near your shoulder, you spot a patch of deep red, warm, steady. That, Jesus says, was the day you refused to give up, even when hope felt like fiction. Further down, a silvery blue spiral. When you forgave someone who never asked. A faded, nearly invisible corner at the bottom hem. That's from a day you cried in secret and still showed up for others. You touch the edge of the blanket. It's softest there. That, he says with a smile, is woven from every prayer you never knew counted. You whisper, but some parts look torn. He nods. They are. You hesitate. Shouldn't they be fixed? He shakes his head. No. The rips let heaven's light in while you sleep. There's an old saying, he continues, from the night weavers, celestial beings who spin soul blankets like yours. The more broken the fabric, the more sacred the glow. You run your hand across the threads. There's a shimmer beneath your fingertips, tiny moments of beauty you didn't know you had sewn into your own timeline. The time you whispered, I forgive myself, even though it didn't feel true yet. The night you watched the moon and didn't ask it for answers, just stayed. The morning you said thank you to a day you weren't sure you could face. All of it here, woven, remembered. You've been sleeping beneath your testimony, Jesus says. Not your resume, not your failures, your truth. You smile faintly. I never knew it was this beautiful. You weren't supposed to notice it while running. He replies, blankets are best appreciated at rest. You lay your head back down. The fabric adjusts around you, perfectly shaped, not because it conforms, but because it remembers. And just before sleep tugs you deeper, you hear Jesus whisper, you are covered in your becoming. The blanket tucks in around you like a lullaby woven by hand. Your body grows still, but your soul, it's listening now with ears only the quiet can open. Jesus rises again, not with urgency, but with purpose. His steps are soundless, like wind shifting between thoughts. He walks to the far side of the room where there's a doorway. It wasn't there before, or maybe it was. Maybe it's the kind of door that only appears when the heart finally slows down enough to notice. He glances back at you and says, this door has waited longer than you know. You sit up slowly. I didn't even know it existed. He smiles. That's why it hasn't opened yet. You hesitate. Have I not earned it? He shakes his head, kind but firm. You don't earn doors like this. You recognize them. You rise from the bed barefoot, the lamb still asleep, and the room holding its breath. When you reach the door, you notice something carved into the wood. Not a verse, not a command, just one word. Welcome. You turn to him. What's on the other side? He answers everything you thought was lost, and some things you didn't know you needed. The handle is smooth under your fingers, but you don't open it. Not yet. I've walked through so many doors that hurt, you whisper. I know, he says, but this one never wanted anything from you. It only wants to give. You ask, why didn't I ever come here before? There's a belief, he says, among the gatekeepers of grace, that each soul has a door. It avoids the longest. and needs the most. You look back down at the word again. Welcome. No conditions. No list of things to fix first. No voice demanding proof of worth. Just come in. Your hand lingers on the handle, and he says gently, "You don't have to open it tonight. Just knowing it's real is enough for now." You nod slowly. Then you ask, "If I ever forget it's here again, will you remind me?" He grins. "I've been reminding you your whole life." You step back from the door, but you don't turn away from it. And something about that, just that choice, is its own kind of entrance. Back at the bed, the blanket waits warm and woven with testimony. The fire glows. The feather breathes. The letter sleeps beneath your pillow, and the door remains silent, patient, glowing faintly with the promise. You are always welcome where love built the threshold. You lie back down the door, still present in your mind, like a soft lamp left on in another room. Its glow doesn't demand, it just lingers, an open possibility. But as your head sinks into the pillow again, something else stirs within you. A feeling you can't name, like a breath that's been holding itself for years. Jesus settles near the fire once more, and this time he brings something with him. Not an object, a sound, faint at first, then clearer. A whisper not from his mouth, but from the air. You listen closely, and you hear your own voice, not speaking now, but from a long time ago. A moment you forgot. You were younger, or smaller, or maybe just more afraid. You hear yourself praying, not out loud, not properly, just a whisper in the dark. A sentence, maybe only a word. Jesus looks up. "You remember that one?" You nod slowly. "That was the night I asked you if you even saw me." He smiles, but it's not with amusement. It's the kind of smile someone wears when they've been holding on to a secret just long enough for the right moment. "You didn't think I answered," he says softly. "I didn't hear anything, you admit." He leans forward. That prayer wasn't answered with a yes or no. It was answered with me. You blink. "What do you mean?" He points gently around the room. The feather, the bread, the fire, the garden, the blanket, the door. He meets your eyes. They're all part of the answer. You're quiet. Then you say, "I thought prayers had to be words." He shakes his head. "Some prayers are longings so deep they come out as silence. You ask even the ones I gave up on, especially those," he replies. "Unfinished prayers are often just waiting for the soul to grow into the answer. There's a sacred teaching," he continues, whispered among the archivists of eternity. "No honest cry is lost, only stored until the heart is ready to recognize the reply." You feel tears sting your eyes again, but they don't burn this time. They soothe. You whisper, "But why did it take so long?" He answers, "Because part of the answer was you becoming someone who could receive it." You inhale deeply, and as you exhale, you realize you're no longer waiting for that old prayer to be answered. You're living inside it. You close your eyes. The room wraps around you, soft as breath, and somewhere barely audible, you hear the echo of your younger self smiling. Finally heard. You rest now, quiet and full. The night has become its own cathedral, pillars of stillness, stained glass thoughts, a ceiling made of peace. And somewhere between your heartbeat and the crackle of the soul fire, Jesus says something so gently it almost slips past. Close your eyes. You do. Not in fear, not in surrender, but in trust. And as darkness fills your vision, something else begins to emerge. Not dreams, not visions. A light, but not from the room. It's coming from inside you. Soft at first, like the shimmer left behind the eyelids after staring at the sun too long, then stronger. You flinch a little. Is that me? Jesus speaks near your ear, low and calm. Yes, that's the part of you I've always seen. You hesitate. I thought there was too much shadow. There is shadow, he says gently. But it only proves there's light behind it. You try to reach toward the glow, but you realize there's nothing to touch. Because you're not observing the light. You are the light. A pulse. A sacred flicker. A burning bush that doesn't burn out. You whisper, "Why couldn't I see this before?" Because he says when pain is loud, inner radiance gets quiet. But it never leaves. There's a legend, he continues, spoken among the watchmen of the Veil. Every soul carries an ember from the beginning. And when it is honored, not hidden, heaven recognizes its own reflection. You swallow hard. So this light has always been here, even in your darkest hour. You ask, even when I said things I regret. Especially then, he replies, regret may bend the flame, but it can't extinguish it. The glow pulses gently behind your closed eyes, now sacred steady. It's not the kind of light that needs to be proven. It just is. A warmth that has waited its whole life to be noticed. You breathe in, feeling it fill your chest. You breathe out, feeling it extend beyond you, like peace with wings. And you understand, you've never needed to become a light. You've only needed to remove what told you you weren't one. I thought you were the light, you murmur. Jesus chuckles softly. I am. And so are you. You came from me. Why would I not carry myself into you? You open your eyes slowly. And though the room looks the same, you do not. You are carrying something now. Not heavy, but holy. Like warmth remembered. Like a lamp relit. Like the first page of a new gospel being written, not in ink, but in the glow behind your eyes. You sit quietly. Your breath slow, your limbs soft beneath the blanket of stories. Everything feels lighter, yet more real. As though your spirit has taken on weight, not as a burden, but as presence. Jesus moves toward the far corner of the room. There's a mirror there. Not large, not ornate. Just a tall oval frame standing on its own. You hadn't seen it until now. Or maybe you weren't ready to. He gestures gently. Come. You rise slowly. Bare footsteps silent on the wooden floor. When you reach the mirror, you hesitate. I'm not sure I want to see myself, you say. He nods, understanding. That's why we're doing this together. You look and brace. But the reflection that meets you doesn't judge. It doesn't flinch. No shame. No harsh scrutiny. Only softness. You see your eyes, but older, wiser, brighter somehow. You see your posture still a little tired, but upright with something new. You see scars not erased, but blessed. And behind your reflection, you see him, not in your shadow, not looming, but within. You gasp, is that? He nods. That's me. In you, you stare. I always thought I was supposed to reflect you. He smiles. You do, but not by imitation, by inhabitation. You blink back tears. But I've messed up so much. He leans closer. And yet the mirror didn't crack. There's an old belief, he says, softly whispered by the mirror keepers of heaven. When a soul looks at its true self, without running, the veil between earth and eternity thins. You stare again, and this time you don't flinch either. The reflection breathes with you, carries your shape, glows faintly at the edges like dawn behind a mountain. I don't think I've ever seen myself clearly, you whisper. That's okay, he says. Love remembers what fear distorts. You pause. Then ask, will this reflection stay? It will live in you now, he replies. You won't always feel it, but when you move in kindness or truth or rest, it shines through. The mirror hums faintly, not a sound, but a resonance, as if it just received an offering it's waited years to hold. Your honesty, your courage to look. Jesus touches your shoulder. That image, it's what the angels see when they say your name. You turn back toward the bed. The lambs lift their heads, blink, and return to sleep. You exhale deeply, the kind of breath you only take when the war inside you has stopped. The mirror remains, still, brave, tender. Because when love holds the mirror, it never shatters you. It shows you home. You ease back into bed, body weightless, but full, like you're no longer made of burden, but of belonging. The mirror fades gently into the dark, not erased, just released. And just as your eyes begin to flutter shut again, Jesus kneels beside you, hands folded, as if waiting for one last moment to unfold. I have something for you, he says. You open your eyes. He reaches into the inside of his robe and pulls out a small scroll, rolled bound with a thin thread of gold, almost humming with quiet anticipation. He holds it out. This, he says, is your name. You furrow your brow, but I already know my name. He smiles a little sadly. You know the sound people call you. But this is the name heaven gave you. The one etched before the world learned to rush you, label you, and ask you to be anything other than mine. Your fingers tremble slightly as you take the scroll. It's warm, not hot, just alive. You untie the thread. The parchment unfurls slowly, like it remembers how long it's waited to be seen. And there it is, not in a language you've ever studied, but you understand it, not with your mind, with your spirit. It sings, a name that sounds like wind brushing through olive trees, like a prayer whispered through joy, like laughter echoing in a canyon that forgot it was empty. You stare, unable to read it with your eyes, but fully known by it. Tears rise, the kind that don't fall from sadness, but from reunion. I forgot you whisper. Jesus nods. We all do for a while. That's why I've been calling it. Beneath every word you've ever heard, you press the scroll to your chest. Will I remember it when I wake? Maybe not in syllables, he says, but in movement, in tenderness, in quiet strength, in the way you'll treat the people who forget their names too. He leans in, close voice like the hush of wings. There's a belief whispered by the name scribes of heaven. When a soul hears its true name, it rests not because it's finished, but because it's found. You lie back once more, and in the space between sleep and waking, you hear echoes of your name sung back to you, not as instruction, but as affirmation. You are not what you feared. You are not what was said in anger. You are not the sum of your detours. You are, beloved, bringer of gentleness, mirror of divine light, lingerer of hope. That is your name, and it always has been. The stillness is thick now, not heavy, but sacred. The kind of stillness you feel after a long, honest cry, or a song that ends with silence instead of applause. You lie beneath the blanket scroll, still warm against your chest. The lambs nuzzle closer. The fire hums soft and golden. The room doesn't need more light yet. Jesus stands and walks to the far wall once more. There, hanging on a small wooden hook, is a lamp. Old, simple, beautiful in its quiet endurance. Its glow is soft, like something that's been waiting without complaint. He lifts it from the wall and carries it to your bedside. This is yours, he says. You hesitate. I don't remember receiving it. You didn't receive it, he replies. You became it. You blink slowly. What do you mean? He sets the lamp down gently. Every time you offered light when you didn't feel bright. Every time you stayed when you wanted to flee. Every time you showed someone the way, even when you were still finding your own. He taps the side of the lamp. A new drop of oil was poured in. You study it. It's not ornate, but it's well used, worn with kindness. You ask, why does it feel so familiar? He smiles. Because it was lit the moment you said, yes, even if I'm not ready. You whisper, but I've dropped it so many times. And yet he says it never shattered. There's a tradition, he explains, among the oil bearers of heaven. Every soul carries a lamp. The world teaches us to hide it. But grace teaches us to carry it, cracked, trembling, lit by borrowed flame if needed, but always carried. You run a finger along the metal frame. The lamp flickers softly. I don't know if I'm ready to carry light again, you admit. He nods, then rest. The oil is still being replenished. You look inside. There's oil there. Enough. You feel it in your chest like a soft readiness, growing, not urgent, not performative. Just a quiet yes forming beneath the surface. When the time comes, he says, you won't need to look for light. You'll remember you've been carrying it all along. You ask even when I felt empty. Especially then. You place the lamp on the table near the scroll, the feather, the pouch of bread, and the vial of tears. The light it casts now is different, not brighter, but truer, like it finally knows you believe in it too. You sink back into the blanket, and the lamp glows, not to wake the world, just to remind the dark, you're still here. You close your eyes again, but tonight, darkness doesn't feel lonely. It feels vast, like a cathedral made of silence. Like the pause after I love you when the words have landed, but the heart is still catching up. The air changes. You feel it first in your chest, then in your skin. A coolness, a softness, like the hush of night just before dawn. Jesus steps to the window and unlatches it. No breeze enters, only a presence. You open your eyes just in time to see him point upward. Look, you turn your head. Outside, the sky is velvet black, endless, holy. And there, just above the horizon, is a single star. Not twinkling, not performing, just there, steady. Do you see it? He asks. You nod. It's beautiful. He sits beside you again, folding his hands. That star has burned for you since before you could speak. You blink. For me. He nods. It's not the brightest, but it's the one that never left its post. You study it. It doesn't move, doesn't pulse, just glows. You whisper why. Because he says on the day you were created, heaven gave you a companion, one piece of light that would never give up on guiding you home. You pause, even when I couldn't see it, especially then. There's an old saying, he continues, held close by the star watchers of the spirit. Some stars were not made to dazzle. They were made to wait. You ask, wait for what? For you, he answers. To stop searching for brilliance and start recognizing faithfulness. You stare longer, and slowly memories return. That moment you looked up after the funeral. That night you sat alone on a rooftop in silence. That early morning when grief felt like a wave that would never recede. You saw that star each time. You didn't know it, but your soul did. You whisper it never left. He nods. It stayed because you did. A beat of silence. Then he adds, do you know what stars are called in the oldest tongues? You shake your head. Messengers, he says. Not of answers, but of presence. You smile faintly. I always thought I needed signs. You got one, he replies. A quiet one. The kind that doesn't shout, but still shows up. The star glows a little brighter now, not because it changed. Because you did. You turn your head back toward the room. Everything looks the same. But somehow you feel guided now, not by maps, but by memory. Not by fire, but by faithfulness. Jesus leans back, and the star remains. Watching, waiting, not to be noticed, but to remind you, you are never unseen. The room grows quieter still. Even the fire seems to hush itself. Now its crackles reduced to glowing thoughts. The lamps barely move. Your breath slows to the rhythm of something older than time. And Jesus, he doesn't speak for a while. He just sits beside you and lets the silence be. At first it feels strange. You've spent years filling quiet moments, scrolling, humming, apologizing for not having something to say. Silence always felt like something you had to escape, but not this one. This silence is full. It hums beneath the skin like warm water, drawn for a bath you didn't know you needed. It knows you, Jesus finally says without breaking the stillness. This is the first language you ever knew. You tilt your head slightly. Silence. He nods. Before words. Before fear. Before need there was this. You listen closer, and the silence begins to shimmer. You hear your heartbeat, the soft inhale of the lamb curled at your side, the subtle shifting of your blanket's weight like it's tucking you in with each breath. Then something else, a memory, not a loud one, just a feeling of being held when you didn't deserve it, of being understood before you had words, of someone seeing you cry and not needing to fix it. Jesus whispers that was me, through someone else, through presence, through this. You ask, so silence isn't empty. He replies, silence is where heaven does its best work. You're quiet again, not because you're trying to be holy, but because it feels safe to be quiet. There's a belief, he says, among the monks who dream while awake. The first voice we ever hear is silence. It teaches us how to receive what words never could. You nod. You feel it now. The kind of quiet that doesn't shame you. The kind that says, you don't have to explain yourself. Not here. Not tonight. Not to me. I always felt like I had to fill the silence, you murmur. He smiles. You never had to impress me with your noise. You were loved before your first word, and you'll be loved long after your last. You inhale, and the silence breathes with you. It doesn't demand. It doesn't rush. It just welcomes. You lie back fully now, head sinking deep into the pillow, the hush settling over your body like sacred snowfall. And just before you cross into sleep's soft river, Jesus whispers one last truth. You are allowed to rest in what doesn't speak, because some of the most divine things never needed to. The silence stays, not waiting to be broken, just choosing to remain. The silence stretches not like distance, but like arms, holding you, cradling what's still healing inside you. Then you feel it. The air shifts, a breeze gentle fragrant like jasmine and myrrh, and stories never written down. It moves through the open window, curls, through the firelight brushes over your skin. You breathe it in without thinking, and immediately, you remember things you never knew you forgot. You sit up slightly, eyes still half-lidded with rest. What is that, you whisper? Jesus turns his face toward the breeze and says that's the wind of prayers others have spoken over you. You blink. What do you mean? He nods toward the horizon. Every time someone blessed you in secret. Every time a grandmother whispered your name into the folds of her pillow. Every time a stranger looked at you with grace and said, "May they be well," without knowing why. Those words were carried here. You let the breeze move through your fingers, and you feel it now. A teacher who once believed in you without needing results. A sibling who covered for you when you couldn't hold yourself together. A tired pastor who prayed for your peace and never told you. All of it, caught in the wind. "But I thought I was alone," you murmur. He smiles gently. That's how wind works. It touches you before you recognize its source. He continues. There's an old saying among the intercessors of heaven. Blessings never vanish. They travel until they're received. You stare out the window. The star still shines, but now the wind dances around it. Alive, gentle, persistent. You close your eyes and feel it sweep through your chest, soft as forgiveness, firm as destiny. I didn't know anyone had prayed for me, you say. Jesus reaches for the feather near your pillow and lets it float into the air. The wind lifts it gently, lets it swirl, then brings it back down into your lap. You've been more covered than you realize, he says. Love often travels invisibly like air, but when you finally breathe it in, it changes your very blood. You inhale again, deeper this time, not with effort, but with permission, and suddenly you feel stronger. Not louder, not sharper, just steadier, like someone who's been spoken over, blessed in rooms you never entered. You lie back down and the wind nestles into the folds of your blanket like a lullaby made of breath. It doesn't stay, it circles. Because somewhere else another soul needs reminding too. You were never unspoken for. You're almost fully tucked into sleep now. Your soul already halfway between realms, like a candle flickering at the edge of wind and wonder. And just before you surrender to the hush, Jesus leans over, one last time, hand resting gently near your heart. There's one more thing, he whispers. From his robe he pulls a small bundle, wrapped in linen, tied with a thread, the color of dusk. He sets it softly on your chest. What is it, you murmur? A dream, he says. One of yours. You blink. I don't remember dreaming that. He smiles. That's because you buried it. Long ago. Before you thought you were allowed to hope for things again. You study the bundle fingers tracing the edge. It's light, like something once fragile that's grown strong while waiting. I thought that dream died, you whisper. It didn't, he says. It just needed to hibernate. You ask, why didn't you give it back to me sooner? He tilts his head thoughtfully. Because dreams don't grow in urgency. They grow in tenderness. I was waiting for your soul to soften enough to carry it without fear. You feel a stirring inside. Not adrenaline, not ambition, but a quiet readiness. You begin to untie the thread. Inside is something you can't fully explain, a folded garden maybe. A key, a blank scroll and a spark that hasn't been lit yet. Possibility, that's what it is. You look up, but what if I fail again? He touches your hand, then it will wait again. You swallow. It won't disappear. There's a belief, he says, among the stewards of divine longing. A true dream from heaven cannot die, only sleep until it's trusted again. You ask, how will I know if I'm ready to carry it? He smiles, eyes kind. Because you'll stop needing it to prove anything, and simply let it bloom. You nod slowly. You press the bundle gently beneath your blanket beside your letter, your scroll and the lamp you didn't know you'd earned. The dream doesn't buzz or shout or sparkle. It simply rests, now that it knows it's welcome again. Jesus says, you don't have to chase it. Just keep showing up with open hands. You close your eyes. And for the first time in years, you feel your soul expand, not out of urgency, but grace. Not because the world needs another miracle, but because heaven still believes in what you once dared to desire. And now, so do you. Sleep is now a breath away, wrapped around you like moss, soft, quiet, undeniable. But something still stirs beneath the floor of your soul. Not a worry, not unrest, just a quiet beckoning. Jesus rises again, slow and calm, and gestures toward the far side of the room. There's a small door there, shorter than the others round, like an arch pressed into the wood. You hadn't noticed it. He opens it without sound, and a warm breeze rolls through. Come, he says. You follow body light movements dreamlike. Together you step through into green. You stand in a garden, not manicured, not planned, wild, beautiful in the way only grace knows how to be overgrown, humming holy. Vines dangle from olive trees. Lavender bursts through cracked stone paths. A fig tree leans overhead like it's listened to 1,000 years of stories and still hasn't tired of you. You whisper, I didn't plant this. Jesus walks slowly between the blooms. You did. You blink. When he kneels beside a patch of marigolds growing near an overturned bench. When you chose mercy over resentment. When you told the truth, even though your voice shook. When you stayed when leaving would have been easier. You look around. Each flower seems to hum its own memory. A corner of lilies, your quiet acts of kindness. A field of creeping time, your stubborn faith on silent days. A patch of clover, every smile you offered without being asked. You feel tears rise, but they don't fall. They nourish. I thought nothing was growing, you say softly. Thought it was all wasted. There's an old belief, he replies, among heaven's hidden gardeners. Every act of love grows something even when unseen, even when unwatered by gratitude. You kneel beside him, touch a petal. It leans into you like a child who knows it's safe. You ask, will this garden stay? He nods. It's yours, eternal and ever blooming. You close your eyes. I never meant to plant a garden. He smiles. You meant to love. The garden followed. He brushes soil from his palms and stands brushing your shoulder with a glance full of pride. There will be more doors, more gardens, even ones within others, places you've unknowingly seeded with hope. You look around once more. A butterfly lands on a vine beside you, then flutters into the light. The garden is alive, and so are you. You step back through the little door, heart full, blanket waiting. The room welcomes you like an old friend. And as you lie back down, you realize you don't have to make life bloom. You just have to love and let the garden surprise you. The room is dim now, and not because it's fading, but because you are. Not in a tragic way. In the way the moon fades into dawn, gently, without panic, knowing it will be seen again. You settle deeper into the blanket. The scroll rests near your ribs. The dream rests by your side. The fire still flickers. And Jesus, still here, now sits beside your bed, elbows on his knees, watching over you like a shepherd at peace with nightfall. He doesn't speak, and you don't need him to. But then, softly, he begins to hum. It's not a song. It's a sigh that became music. It settles over your spirit like rain clouds that aren't sad, just full. You whisper, I don't know what to do next. He smiles with eyes that have seen every ending and beginning all at once. You don't have to. A pause. Then he adds, you're not here to fix yourself, or prove yourself, or prepare for anything. You're here to rest, fully, without evaluation. You breathe slowly. He continues. The world taught you to rest only when everything is done. But I am telling you, this is when everything begins. You stare up at the wooden beams of the ceiling. They feel ancient and kind. Will you stay, you ask? His answer is immediate. I never left. There's an old phrase, he says, murmured by the keepers of sacred sleep. True rest is when the soul stops rehearsing its defense. You pause. Let it land. You've spent years preparing justifications, explanations, silent apologies in case someone ever asked you why you slowed down, why you weren't more, why you took up space. But here no one's asking. Here rest is not a reward. It is a right. He reaches out and gently touches your forehead. Not with power, with presence. Your eyelids grow heavier. Your thoughts quiet not because you're forcing them to, but because they finally feel safe. You don't have to plan tomorrow. You don't have to make sense of today. You don't even have to understand this moment. You are held. You are watched over. And you are freely allowed to rest without explanation. You breathe in once more. It fills you with the hum of distant prayers, hidden gardens, and unburned stars. You breathe out, and it carries your striving with it. You're not drifting away. You're arriving into sacred stillness, into warmth unearned but never withheld, into the kind of sleep that doesn't ask questions, just receives. The final edge of night arrives, and with it, a hush so deep, even your thoughts feel wrapped in wool. The room fades, not in darkness, but in peace. Like a song that didn't end, it just became silence. You are almost asleep now, but not gone, just safe. Jesus rises slowly, not to leave, just to give space. He moves with the silence blending into it, as if he was always part of the atmosphere, not separate from it. The lambs sleep curled at your feet. The lamp still glows. The scroll, the letter, the pouch of bread all resting where they belong. So do you. You belong. You always did. And now the world, this soft, sacred world, knows it too. Jesus turns to you one last time. His voice is softer than ever. Tonight was never about teaching, he whispers. It was about remembering. You murmur, eyes closed. What if I forget again? He smiles. You will, he says, and I'll meet you again by the fire. Maybe with a different dream, a different feather, a different night, but always me. You exhale your last waking breath, carried like a prayer, not needing words. There's an old lullaby passed quietly among heaven's night keepers. The soul who rests near the fire of Christ will forget fear, but remember love. That is you now. Not anxious, not striving, just remembering. You remember that you are loved, that your name has never been lost, that your broken things are beautiful, that the silence holds you, that the stars stayed, that the garden grew, that the door remains open. And that sleep is not a pause in grace. It is grace itself, cradling you between breaths of eternity. Jesus takes one final step back, and as your eyes drift closed, he says, everything sacred is still true even while you sleep. And so you do. You fall gently, fully, freely into divine sleep. The kind that heals in silence. The kind that dreams in scripture. The kind that whispers, you were always home. End of script. Sweet dreams.